Chat, I'm about to fight God. I swear to God, it's no one's fault in particular, except for the person who decided to fucking change the fact that, like, the everything except my member ID and my insurance has changed. Like, my member ID is the same, but everything else has changed, and whoever decided that, I'm gonna punch in the mouth. But not too hard that they'd have to go to the hospital, but hard enough that they're gonna be like, fuck, shouldn't do that again. But I'll be here. I have to call one more time to one other place, and then I'll be here fully to give you guys my full attention while I work, but I will be here to chat with you guys in, like, text chat and stuff. But enjoy the music, and I love you guys, and I'll be right back! Hi, Bob Blazer. Welcome on in. I'm sorry that this is your first time coming in. I'm here in chat, though. Okay, we're all good, chat. We're all motherfucking good. Oh my fucking god. Whoever decided to change that, the ads go away. Snooze, go away. Hi, wife. Hello, everybody. Hi, Miu. Hi, Kiwi. Hi, Rainer. Hi, Rhino. Hi, Vexed. Hello, Bob Blazer 5891. Welcome on in. If I'm missing anybody, I'm sorry. Oh, hello, Quetzal and Artisan and Rhino. I believe I said hello to Rhino and Vexed. But hello. I could be red, or I could be yellow, or I could be blue. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna show you my customer service voice comes back cursing like a sailor. I'm very nice. I understand, you know, they're just doing their job. Customer service sucks. I'm super nice about it. I'm not one to kind of be an asshole about it, because like I get it. They're just doing their job. Whatever. I just my voice when I'm like on the phone with people is very much like, hi, yeah, I'm so-and-so, and like I was doing this, and like they told me this, and I don't really know what to do. I'm not mad. I really need to understand what's happening. So yeah, and now I find out that they can't cover 30 days, so I need to message my hospital and be like, hey, can you change my prescription? I already picked up the 90 days, but can you change the prescription, refill it to be 30 days instead of 90 days, because they don't cover 90 days, which is stupid, which means I have to pay, because, oh my god. So okay, so I'm picking up. Okay. I don't even know where to start this motherfucking story, because I'm like all over the place, because I had coffee for breakfast and I'm like, ugh. Okay, thank you, wife. Do I have my wife? This is why I love my chat. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's fine. I just have to pay my roommate a little bit of money. I think it is. I have to pay my roommate back. Math. Hold on, I gotta do math really quick. That's the camera. Go away. I have to pay my hold on. I'm gonna figure out how much I have to pay my roommate back, and then we'll go through the story of this clusterfuck that's happening. Okay, I have to pay my roommate back $65. Okay, so let me tell my roommate. It's I need to pay you back like $64.09 because they don't cover the 90-day only the 30-day. Okay. So fun fact, I redid my to-do board. It is much more organized now into commissions, other things that we have, stream stuff that I have to do, daily to do and future plans, content creation flow, video editing tips, and then everything else that I have. So this is a lot more organized, and it's a bit different, but I think it's nice, it's cute. But yeah, so there's that. And then so Elaine takes Adderall. I take Adderall because I have ADHD, obviously. And get off. And then I have fluoxetine for my anxiety because Elaine has anxiety. This little cat cow has anxiety. And so originally was going to one doctor, then I had to go to a different doctor because I have essentially I essentially have like universal healthcare. Essentially, I don't make enough money, so I have insurance through the government and stuff like that and whatever. And I had to go to so I was going to the pharmacy Rite Aid, right? I was going to Rite Aid because I know they cover everything. It's within walking distance, which is super great because I walked to get my prescriptions and stuff. I walked over there where the Rite Aid was because I can get groceries over there. It's like next to a Safeway and a Trader Joe's. So it's like easy. I go over there once a week. If I have to go pick up my meds, I can just walk over there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. They shut down, which is awesome. Not really. And then they're like, okay, we will send it to CVS. And I was like, okay, that's still in walking distance. It's a bit further than I would prefer, but hey, walking distance is walking distance. So I wasn't gonna complain, right? And then they transfer it over, and I'm like, cool. I gotta go pick it up now. But then on the CVS app, they were like, there's a problem with your future as long as I go from 90 to 30 days. Sorry, my brain farted because I was messaging the roommate. Hello, Wacky. Thank you for the bonk. I hope everything's okay with the server. If not, let me know. Anywho, so yeah, so the CVS was like, there's a problem with your Adderall. It's not covered. And I was like, what do you mean it's not covered? It was covered. He's like, oh, well, CVS doesn't take your insurance. And I was like, so I was like, fuck, okay, well, now I have to get that all sorted out because I don't have enough money to pay for Adderall, which I now know is $124 because yay, because medication, yay. And so I go and I look up through my Medicare how much it's like which pharmacies take my my insurance, and it was like, oh, Costco does. I was like, oh great, you know, we go to Costco like every other week already, super poggin, it'll be great. And so I go to pick it up, and the guy's like, so it's not going through your insurance. And I was like, oh. And they're like, oh, maybe it's just because we haven't billed it yet, so it'll take 10 minutes to bill it. And I was like, cool, no problem. I go and I get nice coffee, and it's all good and dandy. And it's a dark world, way easier to get than ADHD meds. Surprisingly, ADHD meds are not hard for me to get. It's just the fact that I've been going at it with my insurance, and my insurance decided to change stuff, which we'll get to that. I've actually, coincidentally, and very luckily, have not had a problem with getting Adderall. It's just about whether I can pay for it and stuff. But anywho, what was I talking about? I go there, and then I go get a nice coffee, and I come back, and they're like, yeah, you're not showing up in the system. And I'm like, what? And I was like, oh, okay. So my roommate helps me pay for it because I don't have a Visa card, and Costco only takes Visa for some reason. And so they help me pay for it, which I'm going to pay them back now that they'll hopefully get the refund and everything like that. And I go, and I call my insurance. So I call, so let's see, I don't remember when I got home, but since the moment I got, what is what? This is extra. This is, okay, yeah, these can go in here, okay. Fireball, hello, Sheppy. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for the check-in. And so, I was like, okay, I don't understand, like, they're like, I went to the IT side too, and they're like, yeah, you're just not showing up in the system. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? What do you mean I'm not, like, showing up? And they're like, yeah, you're not showing up. So I had to call my insurance. So, since the moment I came home, no, that's valid. If I could join the battlefield of me, but fuck yeah, hold on. I will do that right after I take my medication. Actually, can you send me the link to that right now? Do you have the link for that? Can you send me that? I'm still thank you for the check-in, Bex. Or the vibe check. You already did the check-in. For those of you who don't know, the check-in will show your profile picture now. It's really cool. Shadow Money Wizard Gang. We love casting spells. Yes, we do. But yeah, so I got that kind of like all sorted out. It was a fucking doozy though. And so thank you for the bonk. So now I gotta sort some monies and stuff, but it's all gonna be no, my pills don't fit in my drawers. No! Oh my god. The pill bottle's too tall, chat. It's too tall. Okay, I got it. Good lord. Thank you for the bonk. I'm going to punch God in the face. Or whatever unholy force this is that is cucking me in the asshole. But it's okay. We got the job. We got the contract job. Plus side. We're having plus sides. Plus side. For all the shit that we just went through, we got some plus sides. Swap the pills into a smaller bottle. I could, but then I get confused on what's what because I have a lot of pill bottles. But it'll be fine. I just put it on its side and now it's fine. Anywho, why didn't I put a, hold on. What the fuck? Thursday, okay. Okay, anywho, cucking you in the asshole, is your asshole seeing other people? What the fuck does that mean? I shiver at the thought thinking I'm gonna stop. Good, don't think about it. Don't think about it too hard. I called Pixel something yesterday, and he was like, and people wonder whether you were raised near country people. I called him something that was funny, but I don't remember. Anywho, I already forgot what I was talking about. Can you tell I've had coffee today for breakfast? I haven't even eaten yet. I made breakfast, but I haven't eaten it yet. I should eat it, but I also need to pay off my credit card. But anywho, right, the good things. We're talking about the good things. I have gotten the contract job with the company that I signed an NDA for, so I can't tell you what it is, unfortunately. But I did get the job. I've signed the stuff. So that's fucking awesome. I don't know what else. I forgot what else I was gonna talk about. What else was I gonna talk about? Okay, hold on. I got the contract job, so I can save up money now. Mostly gonna be putting that money like towards saving and rent, so it's not like we have a bunch of extra money, but it's better than nothing. Got our medication, so that's cool. I got nice coffee. That's always cool. But yeah, I don't want to listen to this song right now. I totally already forgot what I'm doing. Can I sync this to another one? Oh, how do I hide? Sign in. It is this. No, it's this one and this one. And then I have the password over here because my phone wouldn't let me copy it. That's right. Nope, wrong one. That's not what I want to sign into. Yes. Be gone, Gunnar, back to the deep freezer with you. No, I like my babies. Vex is a good baby. My brain is about to fucking explode, bro. Why is this in light mode? I'm about to fucking... Why is it in light mode? I'm about to kick something in the teeth. See all settings. Never long live Gooners. I'm just saying, I think it's better to be a Gooner than not a Gooner, because if you are a Gooner, you won't get testicular cancer, which isn't good for you, so goon. Yeah, I just realized that I didn't really skip the song, I think. I think I said I wanted to, but I never did. Theme setting. Dark mode. Oh, they have like a light. Oh, they have like a dusk mode. Ooh, I didn't know that. I might change my other emails like this. Wackies that might already hear. That's what I'm saying. Import bookmark. Cancel. I don't have any bookmarks for this. Oh, I need to open Asana though. Miss the days Gooners lived in the shadows. They walk among us. If you and you couldn't tell. It just sounds like you are sad that other people aren't getting testicular cancer anymore. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. This is all good. I want to change my settings. How do I change the color of this? Because I don't like the color. Preferences? Appearance. Lagoon. Oh, they do the thing like fucking Discord does now. So weird. Alright, I like this one. Save changes. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okie dokie. And that should be open in the background now. It is. Swingers aren't there are some signs, sometimes they were pineapple. Swingers aren't gooners, completely different subclass. We don't walk among you, we crawl because our doms. I like that. I like that a lot. And then I need the drive open. Google Drive. Come take a seat. Oh, let me turn this back up. Hold on. There you go. And then I'll turn it back down so that way my ears don't explode. Settings. Dark mode. Cozy. Back. Home. Okie dokie. What's your full name? Let's just do that. Let's set up a profile picture. It's gonna be something silly. Because I want people to understand that I'm a bit of a silly guy. Actually, it's just a picture of my cat. I don't like using pictures of me anymore. I just use pictures of my cat. What's your role? Freelancer. I guess. I don't know. Do I have to do this? Okay, there we go. Oh my god, this is so unorganized. Okay. Okie dokie, this is due by Friday, but I haven't had my first meeting with them, so I have to wait for my first meeting, and then I can do this. My tasks. I don't like this view, but I think that's fine. Board. That is even worse. Okay, my tasks it is. Oh wait, I can't look at the board. Poggin. Ripple skirt. Knitted maxi skirt. Crystal doll sandals and a rosebud top. Interesting. Do these have base models already? Blocking. Model. Browse the catalog to assemble the outfit. What is this? Thank you for the song requests. Was that the right song? Please modify to fit the image. Okay. Cool. I do have a base model. Login. No sweat. Oh, just built advancedgg. Get yours today with 10% off with code milkclub. I forgot what it is. What is it? What is my thing? Advancedgg. Yeah, with milkcgg, get 10% off. I started thinking that you only listen to your AI girlfriend. Listen, Potato's pretty cool. Alright. I need like a break. My brain is like dying. Okay. Wait, why is there saying it's an error? Enable extension? Okay. Hide. My brain is dying. This is true. This is true. Oh my god. I feel like my brain is dying. I need to eat something. I'll eat in like 10 seconds. Oh my god, I spilled more advancedgg on me. Oh my god. Alright. I now have advancedgg all over my shirt. And it's on my thighs. Great. Oh my god, okay. Am I okay now? Is everything okay with my brain now? I think so. I just need to message my doctor and I need to send money to my roommate. Okay, I'm just gonna turn my screen off just for safety purposes in case I'm dumb. Minor spelling mistake, I win. It's true. Close group. Close. Okay. Guys, my brain hurts. Guys, my brain hurts. Guys, can I have a head pat, please? Can I have a head pat, please? One request for a head pat. Reply. I have picked it up. Thank you, Vax. Looks like insurance doesn't cover the 90 days. If it's okay, can my future prescription be a 30-day supply? The inconvenience. I don't know how to spell inconvenience or prescription. Send. Okay, that's all good. Now, can I pay this off yet? Not yet. Not until that goes through. I should have 100, so I gotta send 64 from savings to checkings. Vexed isn't lonely, they have me. What are you talking about? Don't be mean to Vexed. You're literally British. Okay, I mean, that's valid. Vexed isn't lonely. Vexed hangs out with us all the time. And me, and yeah, and they've got me, so. Okay. Protective feel around, yeah. Yep. Just because you're single and lonely doesn't mean all single people are. This is true. This is true. A Gooner has to be harder than that. This is just an internet fight. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't be protective over Vex. Venom dunking on Spider-Man image. Called edging, sir? Checking. Sorry, there's a problem. Please try again later. Fuck my asshole, bro. Alright, let's do it through the other PayPal. Because for some reason, my other PayPal doesn't want to work. And I've had that problem for like a month. More than a month. That's why I use fucking Zelle now for shit. Arrgh. Send. Group edging in 20 minutes. Let's go. This one. Oh, I have also good news. I have an update on the comic. And it should be done super soon, so we can start animating that super soon. I will post the update in the Discord in a second. Use my balance. Yeah. Okay, that's done. Ugh, my brain is like dead now. Alright. View profile. Do I have any comments I need to comment on? Vexed, I adore you. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I replied to all the comments. It's kind of metal. Oh, I have another script for Kiwi, another script idea vaccination everything. Top 5 fallbacks. Press raccoon. Facts. Switch these. Okie dokie. Guys are cute. Guys are silly and adorable. My brain is still dying though. I think I got all the sensitive information done for today, so I think I can show you guys my screen. Oh, I'm there. Okay. Other than my brain is literally dead, I think we're slowly making progress on the day. CD English, none, publish, next, publish, okay. And it's 3 on the dot. Fuck yes. Alright, and then close this, this was the 31st. I downloaded it, this was the 31st. Was this the 31st? Did I fuck this up? This was Thursday the 31st. 31st. Cancel. Wednesday download. 31st. I think this is the 29th. Nope, this would be the 30th. Right? This one is the 30th, right? Yes, that is the 30th. And then let me make sure that this is correct. This was Monday. Last Monday was the 28th question mark? Yes, it was the 28th. That's the 30th, and then we need the 29th. Highlight the 29th is this day? No, it's Wednesday. Tuesday. Better lurk, love you babes. Love you. Have a great stream if that's what you're doing. Otherwise, we'll be here, you know, doing the do. Speaking of doing the do, who'll be streaming? Nick, though, have a good stream. Thank you. You have a good stream too if you're streaming. Let's see now. Who are we looking in? We looked in Nickdo's. I think Basie might still be sick. We'll do Cryptid Cuddler. Ooh, we should do Sally Face. We should do Sally Face this October. Alright, Monday. Delete Monday. Okay, we are good. Did you hear about the Twitch update? I don't know what's real anymore, so I'm like deciding not to give a shit if I'm honest, because I have heard both that it's a lie and that's not how it works, and I have also heard that is how it works, and this is I don't know. Like I didn't comment on that and I feel so bad. It's fine. It's okay. 2025, 28th, what's that? Because of 25th, 28, 25, yeah. I'm just choosing, you know, whatever happens, happens. You know where I am. Everybody knows where I am. Everybody knows most people know what's going on. So, like, if you want to do something about it, you can do something about it. If you don't, it's okay. No matter what, we're organically growing one way or another, so we'll figure it out. I heard that it's just non-chat. Yeah, so it's essentially, it's lurkers that don't chat, which is a majority of a lot of streams, so the lurk command should still count. Yes. I don't know also, because when you go into a stream, you can redeem your channel points. So I don't know if that also counts towards, like, fixing it, I guess. I don't super know, but regardless, you know, we're vibing, we're here, it'll be fine. At the end of the day, it'll be okay. And if it's not, we'll figure it out, you know? I think cause like, I was seeing it in the beginning and I talked about it to Pixels and we're kind of like, what the fuck, that's weird. And then we spoke about it. I was looking at it again last night and there was quite a few VTubers who, like, Eggy, the Moth VTuber, and not the Moth VTuber, she's like a Jackalope VTuber now. Eggy and Envy, I think both talked to the Twitch creator clubs and some staff and saying that's not exactly how the change works. So I feel like it's better than just chat because the bots can easily chat. That's valid. That's valid. I mean, like, I think, you know, they probably changed it because there was a really big Twitch streamer, I think last month, who admitted to the fact that he got where he is because he view bottomed himself in the beginning. But like he does it now, but he did, and like he was getting a lot of bad rep for it, which is like completely valid. Like I understand that growing naturally is very slow and takes a long time, but I don't think view botting is the way to go about it either, personally. But that's probably why Twitch and them getting a lot of flack for doing something like that, so it makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a little guy trying to make it on the internet, and I just want to keep sharing videos about other people, and I just want to have a good time. And I want to be a full-time streamer, and I understand that to be a full-time streamer, I should be in these a lot more. Like, I should be more concerned about it, but I'm just a little guy, man. I have one brain cell. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what you want me to do. I'm just a little guy. My wife is streaming. I want to lurk in my wife's chat. I love you, wife. I'm gonna close this for now. I'm gonna be there for my wife. My head feels like it's about to implode, bro. Oh my god. I feel like I need a second. I want to go back to bed, but I can't go back to bed. Okay. I need to eat food. I need to eat food. I need to eat food, and I need to post. I was even like last night, I was so excited to stream today on GAWD that I was like, oh my god, maybe we could start doing like where I could sit in a specific chat for specific, like, and specific people can come in and hang out with me. And it'd be cool and it'd be great, but then today was like a lot already, and I had caffeine, which I know was kind of silly, but I just wanted a little treat. And now I feel like that was a silly idea. I'm in front of anything you cannot change should be ignored to keep your own peace. Yeah, on God. If you can't change it, don't worry about it. And if there's something that you can do that will change the outcome of what's happening, then deal with it. Then worry about it. Otherwise, like you're saying, Vexed, you're just gonna worry for no reason. And my brain ain't built. My brain ain't built for that. I'm just a little guy on the internet just trying to do my due diligence. Trying to keep you guys entertained. We're besties. That's what I do. I'm pretty sure I posted that I went live, and I don't remember. Yippee. Okay, so we have the 31st. We have the 29th. The 30th is downloading, I believe, and I haven't downloaded the 1st yet. Okay. That sounds good to me. I just need the stream titles for the 31st and the 1st. And I can copy today's as well. Stream title. Today is the 4th. Did I save that yet? I don't think I did because I haven't done anything yet today. Okay. I'm just eating some toast. I'm just eating some toast and I'm vibing. Okay. Save. Looking for landmarks. I haven't done that yet. I'm crafting. Alchemy. I haven't done those yet. Mother and child map. Gonna unhighlight these. That one's fine, that one's fine. Oh, why did it not unhighlight? Unhighlight. There we go. Well, good morning, Zenon. How are you doing? Item crafting. Those aren't done yet, so I can lock the canvas again. Okay. I had a video to edit today. Let me do a reminder for this person. Hey. I'd love to get started. I have to message someone else about a commission too. Nom nom nom, how are you? I'm okay. I had kind of a doozy of a morning with my insurance and medication and stuff, but we're vibing. Need to, I can start. Alright. I need to go see streaming and cozy witch vibes. I'm currently using okay. I could vibe this thing. I wanna go like a color palette coloring. Maybe make a board and send it to you. We can talk about it. I have pie of course pricing. No sweat. Sweet tape comes through VGen. That's fine. We can do the here and then pay through PayPal if that works. You what are my services right now? What are my services right now? I don't have chibi comms. I don't, Kiwi, do you remember how much I charged you for your OC design? I think it was like 60 technically. I don't remember. Oh god. Unlocking wilds. This is not. Oh wait, that is 147. Oh no, it's not 48. I hope you don't mind that I use some. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Let me have a look at it. Go look at it. I just want to see if it looks cute. Somewhere around there. Yeah, let me go look at it. Cause like, if I feel like it, if you want, I can send you like a better quality video or a thumbnail. I think you probably are just like downloading it or screenshotting it or something. Or I can make you a different like service thing. I could probably make you like a chibi and be like, this is what I do. Yeah, if you want, I can show you, I can make you a thing, or if you just want to use these are also fine. Drive safe! You're fine. You're fine with me. If you need the video examples, because I know you can do video examples too, just let me know. I can send you the MP4s. Pricing. Say like 60 for base TV. And for a full body GB without a menstrual. Okay. Are you still on the phone with your internet? Oh no, we're good now. Hold on. Thank you. Unpin this message. There you go. Thank you, Devouring, for checking that. Okay. I remember what I'm doing right now. Oh, okay. No, I know what I'm doing. I need to work on this commission first. For some titles they want, okay. Do I have commissions? Earthworm and Snowmelon. This person's name is Ursa. This one. Also, I'm super honored that people are like, Elaine, you know her, she's cool enough to edit my videos. I think that's crazy, on God. So we'll probably do this first, then scripting, then recording, probably. Ow. Okay. I super appreciate that they gave me sound effects and everything already. Link to the drive. Lost JPEG. I don't know what this is, but we will look through it nonetheless. Save. Save. That one I already got. Okay, and then let me see. Nope, not this person. This one. Okay, okay. Okie dokie. I think, did this not go in the stream stuff? I had ideas, redebut ideas. This needs to go in here. What the fuck is that? Okay, there we go. Outfit. And then I go up here. And then paste this here. And make this, I think that's a 6. Yeah. Other. Enter. And then this is. I already did that. Add site. Alright, and then I gotta change this. This is going to be scripting. VO recordings. I don't think I have anything else at least for right now. Log canvas. What is this? What was this? Why did I download this? What is this? Is that lost? Okay, there's like folders within folders. It's just annoying the shit out of me. Thanks, Google Drive. Okay, this is the original video. Oh, their model's so cute. I think I got community from a stream thing, not VGen. I honestly don't. No. You got. Yeah. Yeah, I just told them 60. That seems about right to me, to be honest. I really because it takes me longer. Alright, what is this? Okay. What? I think this is very since the mascot was 30, yeah. Yeah, because it would be a full body chibi. Okay. What? What? The lost meme? Is this the lost meme? Yeah, this is a lost meme. I'm gonna be real, dog. I'm very confused. Let me look. Okay, no, I think I get it. I think I get it. No, I think I have an idea. Okay. My brain is activating slowly but surely, and I think I understand what's going on here. So Mark is weird. So I will get this, and I need to download the font. Oh, this is a good font. It's a very readable font, very legible. I like it. Do they have a color scheme? Did they have a color scheme in mind? If it's unless it looks jank, nope, it should fit the auto color. I want these two. Okie dokie, I will get those. I will do that. TikTok template. Excuse me. I'm sorry if I'm all over the place today, guys. I feel like a fish. Thank you for this song. What did you request? I want to listen to what you requested. Ooh, Halsey? We'll listen to that. My headset cool? Oh, I need to change the battery. Feels appropriate for the stream title. That's valid. But does this mean I'm punching Halsey in the face? I'm changing the battery in my headset because it's dying. It's dying. Oh, I'm so tired, dude. I'm already so tired. The Adderall hasn't even kicked in yet. I haven't even finished my coffee yet, guys. Fuck. And I'm cold. Oh man, I'm cold already. Okay, file, save project as. I'm going to name this TikTok Ursa. Ursa Law. Okay. Okay. We remove this TikTok layout. We keep Twitch handle. We keep. We don't need the Milk Club background. Oh, this is unnecessary. No time for tidiness. Gotta leave it behind till. No time for tidiness. Gotta leave it behind till last week. Nah. This week already started out rough. My insurance is gonna make me go insane, but it's fine. We figured it out, so it's okay. Okay. Okay, wait. Okay, I don't think I need this. This needs to go up here. This also needs to go up here. This needs to go up here. Also, their track is split for some reason. Did I import it like 4 times? What's happening here? What is happening here? No, it was only. Why did it? Oh, it's an MKV, so maybe that's why? Very interesting. Oh my goodness. What does it say? I don't think that's necessary. I gotta like unlink all this. Oh. Link. I don't know what these audio things are for. Delete empty tracks. Alright. Let's relink them up. Relink them up. Link clips. Oh, give me link clips. Okay. So now we do. And then this becomes here. It just got to me, guys. Maincoow is a weed head because she's a cow, so she eats grass and falls asleep all day because she's a cat. The more I think about it, the less it makes sense. But that I made this mental jump. No, it makes sense. Cats and cows are the embodiment. If you put a cat and a cow together into one animal, that would just be me. You know, I am just a cat and a cow. I love sleeping in the daytime. I love sleeping in the sun. I need attention or else I get a little cranky. I love weed. And I'm lazy. And I like to hang out and vibe. And I go, mah. So honestly, it just makes sense. Honestly. You're right on the money. You're right on the money. Okay, and this goes here. And then I just gotta remove it here to here because we don't want any lull space. That's a big word. What's it like to get the munchies? You're just like hungry. You just want to eat something. For me, it's like I'm a little peckish. And food sounds unbelievably good, and whatever food I eat tastes unbelievably good. The best thing about munchies is that when you have the munchies, food just tastes really fucking good. I don't know what it does to you, but food just tastes really fucking good. Hi, baby. Come on up. Come on up. The computer's warm. What's your matter? What's your matter? I gave you brekkie. Okay. The same thing is said a few times, so we can take probably the most expressive line of this and then go about it. Probably is my idea towards this because I feel like that would be pretty fun. Oh, it's Kesha. We love Kesha. Alright, we're going to move this so we can see the VTuber. I love this VTuber's colors. They're very pretty. Honestly, we probably... Let me look at the cropping thing. Because they're very, like... I like how they're positioned, and honestly, if they can stay in the middle of the screen for most of this video, it'll probably be pretty poggy. I don't know if we need this second. Okay. I lost a point. Hi, Pixels! How was your thing? Wait for it. What's happening? What happened? What? Oh, it's red. Oh, it's so tiny. Why is it so tiny? Did you see it? Did you see it though? It has your thingy. It has your thingy. Oh, fuck. Did I not turn that back off? Whoa. Thank you for the check-ins. Thank you for the check-ins. Why is it so small? Hold on. Why is it so small? Alerts. Milk member. Unlock. Should be bigger. Should be like right here. Crowd control pop-up. Hold on. Hey, I got 7. I got lucky 7 now. Nice. Well, Pixels, if you want, I'll let you have one more. Because the cooldown is off. You have one more. Do it, Pixels. Do it. Before I turn it back on. Do it. Do it again. Do it again. There you go. And it has your icon. Look, it has your icon. Do you see that? Look, it has your icon. It has your icon. There you go. Turn that back on. Yeah, I did that last night. I did that last night with Body. How it do this? So I made it so it grabs. So when it grabs your information. So hold on, I'll show you guys. So when it grabs your Twitch ID, which it puts on the card, it puts it so that way it shows your Twitch ID number, your username. So when it grabs that information, it grabs everything. So I just add it to grab the profile picture and place the profile picture on there. Let me see if I can. That is sick. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to hear me. Okay, there we go. Sorry. I'm here again. Okay, so if I show you guys, let's see, it should be fixed now. Reveal back. So you see how it's like, it shows the milk member and then the number and then the username? It'll show that, it grabs that from Twitch, and then it already implements it there. And it'll change for each person because all of you have a unique ID number and username. And then it will grab your profile picture, apply that filter on it, and it'll change for everyone. So if I were to do it, for example, Milk Club check-in redeem, it changes to my picture. So yeah, it's super cool. And now I gotta hold on, I gotta remove the audio source from this. There we go. So yeah, it's really cool. And I did that. I checked it last night and it worked. So checked it with my friend Body. I was high as fuck while I was doing it too. So hogs for me. You might need to make it hover on the back image for a second or two longer. I can do that. I can do that. Where is it? V4. That's that. That's reveal back. Let's do 2500. I'll make this 3000. I'll make this 3100. I'll make this 4000. And then we'll just do that again for here. So this will be 2500, 300, 301, and then 4500. And I don't think, oh, I have to do it for every single one. Ooh, fuck me. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I have to change this for all of them then. 1500. Let me just run it. Does it have Vegan? I saw my portfolio got some views, but I was curious about it. I don't know. Okay, wait. Vocal stim, you got it. Cancel.
Peanut butter jelly the long way.
Peanut butter
the long way.
I don't know if I use that button. I don't think I use this button. The long way. I need the Sammy thing. Sammy action. Okay. How do I do this thing? Copy. How do I do the thing again? I forgot how I do the thing. How do I do this? Button ID was copied to clipboard. Action ID? How do I do this? Hold on. Boop. Check V2. Then we go back here and then do this one. Check V2. This one is going to be vocal stim. So that way I can just click it instead of going into it because it's kind of annoying. I gotta go to the bath. So I will go to the bathroom after I figure this out. Okay, so action ID, vocal stim, key value, vocal stim. I need the action ID, don't I? How do I do this? Stream deck to Sammy. Oh god, Stream Deck Solutions landing page. I got a Stream Deck. Sammy, Elgato. A UUID. Oh, okay, I need the UUID. What is the UUID? How do I get the UUID? How do I do that? You not changes, however, you make your overlapping action IDs. Sammy offers a single data which triggers the type of pick. What? 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 Can I add another trigger? Oh god, oh Stream Deck. Oh, got it. Save. So now it didn't work. Why didn't it work? It triggers. Save.
Eat me like a bug.
There we go. I figured it out. Thank you for the head pates. Alright, vocal stim. I'm gonna change this actually. Set from file. Hi, Fury! Hi, how are you? Okay, that's all good. And then I gotta go back in here and test this. Meeny, miny, mo. Catch a toggle by its toe. Okay, I'm doing well. I'm glad. I'm excited. If you know our little project's gonna go through. I'm very excited to design something for you. You'd be my second chibi baby. Okay, 700, 1,000. Hold on, I gotta like fix this back because I don't know what I did. 2600 and then 4500. What's going on? I've gotten 4 subs already. It's Monday. I don't know. People be doing stuff. This will be my first chibi self. Poggin. I'm excited. Did I do that right? I feel like this was wrong. Because it is wrong. That's why, Elaine. Okay, so it should be 3500. Okay, so if it's less than that, it should do... This is how it is by default. Okay, so when it turns around, reveal back, reset back should maybe be... Let's add another 1,000 seconds. And then if that's the case, this should be 3.6. And then the math for this...
Gotta find a honey for my homie. A baby for my buddy. A lady for my laddie.
I don't like that like spooky noise gets on, you know, plus 3600, 4,500. It spooked me. Okay. Why so loud? I don't know, dude. It's because, I do know why, I'm sorry. It's because each of them have a different loudness, and I can't control it because it's kind of like, it just depends on what the MP3 that I downloaded is. I could go in and change it, but honestly, that's a lot of work that I'm not willing to do. Also, is this long enough? Is this long enough, guys? When it turns around? So it goes there, and then it turns around, and it holds. And then it comes back, and it leaves. Is that long enough, or do you want it to be longer? You want it to be longer? It can be longer if you want. Could be a touch shorter. 3,000. We'll do 2.5, and then we'll do... They take forever. That's true, but I do want people to feel like they're getting 350. 3350 plus 900, I think it was. I think? History? Yeah. 4250. Okay, what about this? I can also make the delay, because the delay is 2,500. Oh. Was that too short? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4. Why'd that seem shorter? I did another 50. So maybe that. 1, 2, 3, 4. There was something funky that happened on the backflip those last 2 times. What? Seems fine then. It could be because I'm messing with the timing. Also, I want to turn the chat thing off. Where did it say it? That's fine. I think that was good. Okay. If that's good. Then I have to apply that to all of these. 2,000, 1,000, 3,250, 3,400, and then 4,300. Yeah, there was 2 times where it looked like there was 2 cards. Yeah, sometimes it out of syncs itself sometimes. But once I change this, I'll check it one more time to make sure it's all good. 3,200, 3,400, 4,300, 100, 3,250, 3,400, and then 4,300. And again here, 3,250. 3,400, and then that don't kill me. 50, 3,400, and then 4,300. Save. Okay. Run. Yeah, sometimes it'll get a little out of sync just because it's triggering so many filters at the same time, but it should be okay in general. And that. I think that looks good. Pog. Login. Alright. I think I have to go to the bathroom. Spam test? No. No spam test. I mean, I could. Hold on. Let me just... Hold on. No, that is a good idea. Hold on. Hold on. I just gotta turn this off. Run. I don't know how many times I clicked it. I think it looks okay. I think it looks fine. I think no more than 3 or 4 of us checking at a time. Yeah, I don't know how. I think I clicked it like 6 times. Just gonna wait for that to go through. I think it looks good though. Hog. I'm so glad that having the custom like profile pictures worked out pretty easily. Hey! There we go. Alright. Thank you, Fury. Alright. What am I doing? I have to go back to editing this video. It got integrity. It does lack integrity farms. Well, that looks so cool. Thank you. Yeah, that looks slick. Thank you. I was saved by the fact that that filter exists. Hold on. I could do it on my model so you guys know what I'm talking about. But there's like a filter that is in here from the user-defined shaders. It's load. And it's called... What the fuck is it called? It's called halftone. It's called halftone. It's this one. And it kind of does that, like, Costco thing. So, what's up? What's up? Oh, probably because I have to recenter it, but I'm about to go to the bathroom, which means I have to recenter it again, so I'm just gonna go to the bathroom and then fix it. Frippy. Isn't it cool? That photocopy Xerox look? Yeah. Yeah, alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick because I really need to use the bathroom because I haven't gone to the bathroom all day long yet. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I'll be back, and then we're gonna edit a video, and then we're gonna do some scripts, and then we're gonna record stuff, and it's gonna be great. I'll be right back, and I love you guys.
Mom, you forgot to take me to the bathroom and I don't have my stream bucket. There might be some chocolate for you to clean up. I tried but it's smeared.
Open the door. POV, I'm at your door. Open the door. Fuck. Hello, Raiders. I just got back, actually. Hi. Hello. Hello, everybody. How was your stream? How was Makers and Crafting? Hello, Jeffro Baker. Hello. Savor the study, presenting maincow's motivational menu of delectable blend of focus and stream reading with notes of productivity simply exquisite. We're here to indulge in this intellectual feast. Hello, welcome on in, everyone. Hey, hi. Hi, Buster. Hi, Buster. Good, I made my second bacon. Delicious. Welcome on in. I'm having a bit of a doozy of a Monday, but getting through it. We're getting through it. I feel like I fuck up so in my face tracking. I fuck up so in my face tracking. I did. This is going to be negative 45. There we go. Hello. Hello, everyone. Oh, now it's like negative 30. What is happening? I feel like this is incorrect. It's gonna be, I'm gonna like redo this and it's gonna be mad. No, it's not mad. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, that's fine. There we go. I'm so eepy, guys. I hope you had a wonderful stream. If you need to go and get up, go pick up your bacon bits, you know, feel free to. I know it's usually around this time, so otherwise I hope you have fun hanging out while I work on commissions and hopefully not die to insanity.
Feels like a but today that I might die due to insanity. I don't really know. I don't really know.
But yeah, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I don't really know what I'm I forgot what I'm doing again. I left, I came back, and I forgot what I'm doing. If you want, you can do. I made an attempt to debut my computer decided to stop kicking its feet. It's understandable. I mean, hey, listen, you can just stream without the debut part, and then debut once your computer is better, you know? That way you don't feel like you have to have the stress of debuting before you start, like, actually streaming. For talk on Discord. If that's easier. I love this. I can't wait. I'm gonna make a witch. Achilles? Yes, Achilles Come Down is a song. Nope. Forward. This one. Have a great rest of stream. The time to wake up the hubby for the D&D session. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you guys a wonderful D&D session. Love you, cheerful. Well, we got a lot of music happening here. Alright. Alright. Elaine is doing stuff today. Cool. Okay, I feel like maybe it's just this part. Imagine. Okay, I think we can take this off because we're saying timeline. Cool. Okay, that sounds good. And then I need to make a new texty boy. Is this the thing where it goes? Yeah, okay. So we need this to be the L one also. Why did that pause? I'm sorry, I don't know why that paused. What's the font name? I forgot what the font name was. Lolita one. Do I need to reopen DaVinci? I might. I might, because it's not reading the TTF. I've been gone a while. Let me just... What's up? What's happening? I installed this, right? Yeah, okay. Stop. I already installed it. Why aren't you doing the thing? What? Oh. Alright, what did they say? I just want to read it. For subtitles, I would like Lolita 1 unless it looks jank, in which case feel free to... The outline color, okay. And then for the messages... Oh my god! Buster! Thank you so much for subbing at tier 2 for 7 fucking months! I think I have to update... I think I need to update the thingy then. I need to update your sub badge. Your sub badgie. I think I gotta update your sub badgie. I hope you've been doing well. I missed you a bunch. Where is it? Where is it? Home. Recent. It's recent. It is, where is it? Where subcharms? You were tier 1 originally, so I need to just boost you back up to tier 2. Oh no, you're already tier 2. Okay, cool. Cool. I already edited it, and it's in the Milk Club. I like you put a bunch of answers because sorry for finishing that you don't need to use everything in the folder, but I try to grab a couple of things that I think make sense. I think it would have a little on the speech with the little sound effects, the ones only. That's the only real request I have for the part of the clip to find in the prompt provided. It's been quieter in chat without you. It has been. I understand. Life gets busy. Cause you with the watercolor eyes. You who wears your teeth in every smile. There we go. And then they want it to be for the outline color. Me. Oops, I didn't paste. What? (904F53). That one doesn't stand out that much. Let's try this one. 8E6 572. I think this one matches better. It's not as bold either, but I think that's alright. Snap captions, text plus. Okay, and then we're going to create the subtitles from audio. We're gonna make it singular. Literally just disappeared because adjusting to the new house. No, that's so valid. I did the same when I moved into the apartment I have now. I kind of stopped streaming for like 3 months. I just kind of took a break so I could adjust. Let's see. The dude goes here. I don't know why it's like offset. Oh. I want to move. That's understandable. Where would you like to move to? Imagine where. So it'd be. In the future. It's been gone so long that I got rid of my dreads. This is just because you wanted to, or is it because like you had to? Either a larger home or the EU, that's valid. Dissertation. Yes. I think it actually is fine to cut it here. ways. And then she giggles. 1 to 2 was wearing a fro for a couple of weeks. Is it comfier? Is it comfier? I'm just curious. Is it comfier? Okay, and then okay, I gotta take a picture though, because I want to do this. There's 2 ways we can do this. Link clips, paste, oops. Link clips, remove link clips. Yeah, especially in the heat. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, honestly. Well, I'm glad that it's comfier, and I'm glad to see you here again. We have missed you a whole bunches, and I know that you've been gone. I literally talked about this yesterday, how I know who's here and who's not here. Alright, and then we zoom this out a bit so we can see more of them. Okay, so now we have it like this. Oh wait, I need to put like text examples here. I love for you dies. Love for you. I forgot what I'm doing. Track. We want the example of Lolita 1. Lolita 1 outside. We want 8E6572. I dissolve now. Bye bye. One day I'll be on the Minecraft server again. We did optimize it a lot. So it should be a lot nicer to play on for lower PCs and other people's PCs. Actually, if we do it this way, it should be the other color. And I know. Please just let me copy paste. No, I want you to let me copy and paste it. Oh my god. I gotta be a bitch. When did we get this? I don't remember this. The other day, Miu made the thing. Miu made me that emote, and then I was like, I want to put it somewhere. Oh, this is the wrong one. AE6572. Or did I do this right? 904. Is it? Why is it not changing? 904 F53. Okay. What? Okay, hold on. AE6572. Best Wi-Fi. Now, thank you for the boot. Oh. No. Okay. 904 F53. Okay. And then I fucked up. Cancel. Current base. Gimme. Okay. I'm looking over. Ah! I've been gone. Okay, so yeah, I can either do it here. Come on. I clicked the wrong button. I'm clicking here. This one. There we go. Pigtails today. There you go. Alright. So we have this variant of it where it's kind of like shows what they're doing, but then they also have room at the bottom for imagery. And then Or we can do it like this, but then we'd move the track from 921 to here. Where is it fit? How flues? Like, not 538. Oh, that's not what I want. Here. Hi, I was orienting the TikTok. Wanted your opinion on what layout you preferred. In case the pros of the first is that there is more area for like silly gifs and images, but not as much zoom on your VTuber. Pros of second, it's all your VTuber, but feel a little cluttered for imagery and okay. Okay, so I'm gonna save that for now because I want to wait until the client gets back to me on this, so that way I can continue
Warning,
editing.
if you aren't paying attention, a gorgeous cat cow may fall on you.
I might, or you may fall on me. Who knows? Wink. Okay, I'm gonna make sure those are all good. Download. I want to see if they're streaming right now. Actually, I don't care. And I don't care. Like I don't want to watch them. It's just like I have other things I can do right now. Scripting. Okay, let's do some scripting. All right, who are we doing videos on? Pengy. Yeah, we're doing Pengy. I can grab all the Pengy stuff now though. So let's start with Pengy stuff. My face. Who like the taste? Who loves my name? Action is not gonna happen. Knock me out. I'm on the ground. Is this Pengy art? Not Pengy art. Pengy art? I don't know who made this. I need art from Pengy. Pengy, do you have a Pengy thingy? Look in your eyes. I don't confess. Your love. Whoa, this is cool. Ooh, you are my life. My brain is like dead. I like this art. I like this one. I'm gonna use this one. Oh, that like fits. Oh, that fits perfectly. Oh, that's awesome. All right. And then we always use Twitch usernames because it's just better for me. I have a cool thing. What's your cool thing? Oh, this is scaring me. Oh, videos. Oops. Ooh. Let's do this one, top 30 days. Moved on immediately. Bum bum. Wish you the best rest of my life. Not sorry for you. Look in your eyes. Down. Video edit. Oh, I didn't do the full yet. Come see you. I love their model. It just kind of sits. It's really cute. I want to make like sitting models. I really like this idea of just this cute little sitting thing. I want to make one like that someday. I might make one for Furied. If Furied commissions me, then I'm gonna make one for Furied where it's kind of like sitting on a little thing. I think that'd be cute. I haven't drawn in a while, but it'd be good practice. Pingy. How many do I have? 7. I need 2 more. So let's do top all. No, let's go back to top 30 days. Because they've been using this model more often. Let's do another. Do they have another art one? They do not. They have a Project Zomboid one, which is kind of cool. And then did I get the one where they're like glowing in the dark? I didn't get this one. I think this one's pretty cool. Okay, alright. Okay, I'll get these 3. I don't have 10, which is enough. Give me. Download. Save. Download landscape. Save. I think I might fix my hair in a second. Okay, so... Oh, we should add this. Okay, so... 45 is going to be... pingy_exe. 10 is going to be a raccoon fact. Because we have been requested to do one. V-stars is on 21, which I forgot who we're doing, which I should check while we're here. This is a VOD. This is a Walk Amongst the Wild VOD. 38. Think we're doing... I don't have anyone on this. Okay, who are we doing? Do Roshan. We're doing Roshan. Save. And then we're doing a game. What game? I don't know. Email. Do we have any in the bank? Do we have any in the bank? I don't think we have anything in the bank. No way! Did I really? Yo, hold on. No way. The long-awaited void we finally have keys for off, and here's yours, alongside all of the info you need. Game Info Co. Off is one of the most influential RPGs of the last 20 years. It was an inspiration for Undertale with millions of downloads and a huge cult following in various translations. The definitive version features all the new battle system embargo. While Off is reworked, most of the content is already available for the previous release. We ask that you carefully read this embargo document to avoid players being spoiled on the new content and bosses. Further info, thank you for sharing the coverage with us in the live. Always appreciated. Ooh. I think I might have gotten a key for Off, which is a game I really want to play. You're generally welcome to show and review most parts of the game. However, we have a small restriction on the new content. The goal of this restriction is not to spoil the new content, so we're placing an embargo on all new content that has been shown publicly. The following below are spoilers themselves, and if you're reviewing the oh, I have to hide this. Fury, thank you so much for subbing with Prime! Holy shit, so let me add you to my list of little sub babies. Let me add you to my list, which I fucking keep forgetting where I put that. I should honestly just need a bookmark it. This is not the thing. Okay, hold on. Gotta bookmark it in my dashboard. My dashboard, thank you so much. You're why I get to live another day. Save. Furied Fate. Shit, that's coming out in less than 2 weeks. I know. Sorry, I didn't mean to. You are totally fine. Plus one announcement battle. Lucky for them, I don't plan on actually showing the gameplay in that. I also submitted the request for a thing. Thank you. I will here. Let me do that right now. Let me do that right now so I can. Let me refresh so that way I can get that a rolling. Oh. VGen flashbang me. Somebody new. Yeah, let me just change the pricing. And then send proposal. Okay. Should be all good. Thank you for sending the card. Okay, download the embargo date. What does embargo mean? What does that mean? What does this mean? I don't understand what this means. What does this mean? Do I get the full game? A long wait is over. What does embargo mean? I was gonna look up what it meant.
So in this context, embargo is when you're allowed to post stuff on media.
Okay, so that's August 14th.
Yes. So on August 14th at 1 a.m. Pacific time, you are able to, for the first, that's like the end of the no disclosure. Think of it as like the end.
Oh, okay. Well, this video wasn't gonna come out till the 15th anyway. And I wasn't gonna play it until then. Or I guess I was, yeah, because like all the Roll for Fun videos are only the trailers. So it wouldn't spoil anything anyway, and it comes out after the embargo. So, okay, so that's all. They're just saying, like, if you stream this game to make content on it, please don't do that until...
Please don't. We will...
Okay, okay, well, wasn't not going to anyway.
In the context of this, it might not be Sue, but, like,
yeah. I'd rather we just say Sue. It's fine. Yeah. It's okay.
That's the simplest
okay.
Ruin your future relationship with
okay, well, I don't want to do that, so...
But an embargo date for media is that, like, you know about it before people. The embargo date is when you're allowed to tell other people.
They only gave me a beta testing key, though, I think. Is this a beta testing key?
Well, it's currently in beta, so, like, the game's not out.
So when the game comes out...
Yeah, so you can download it.
Well, when I just activated the Steam code for it, so I don't know, it said beta, so I don't know if that's, I'm presuming it's a full game because it doesn't say beta.
It might be a beta version. It might be a pre-release beta version of the game that is published on Steam that you only have access to with a specific.
Okay, does that mean I still have to buy the full game?
It shouldn't mean that.
But it could mean that.
It is possible, but unlikely.
Okay. Okay, well, I don't plan on playing it till it comes out anyway. This is one of my first RPGs that I've ever seen, and I loved it, and I loved the music. We gotta listen to the music now. It's gonna be really weird, but this is what my brain is feeling like. In the fridge is my pride and joy. What's your fridge? Is that your cat? The fridge is a chat in my Discord called, I have a chat in my Discord. I have a chat in my Discord called The Fridge, and it's where people can show me stuff that I'll show off on stream. Oh my god! We have the same fan! Let's go! Same fan, besties! It's a Costco fan. But damn, that's a nice-ass Singer fucking sewing machine, dude. That is an antique if I've ever seen one. That looks nice as fuck. I love the little drawers. That's sick. Really nice, really nice. It means blocked. An official banner tray. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I don't plan to stream it until October anyway, to be fair. But I do plan on making the video on it, so. Very nice, Buster. That's a very great find. That is amazing. Did you find it at, like, a thrift shop? Did someone give it to you? Like, what's the story there? Oh. Okay. Oh my god, I want a Singer M1. That sounds like the way you put that at the end, Vex, because I don't know a lot about sewing machine stuff. It just kind of looked like you put, like, I want a Singer gun, like the M19. It is a gun. It is a gun. I knew it. It's a gun. I knew it. I was like, that looks like a gun. I did this wrong. I knew it. I knew it. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. Excuse me, sorry. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Oh my fucking god, I'm so excited. I can't believe I got a key for that game. Holy shit. I am so fucking happy right now. Holy shit. Holy shit. The M1911A1s during World War II, and they are the best ones, however, they only made a few. Interesting. I would like to reply to this conversation and be like, hello. Hello, I'm honored to be able to cover off. It's one of my all-time favorite games ever, and I'm going to be covering it in a TikTok to be released on the 16th, but the footage will be of the trailer. Do not spoil anything. If it's okay, I shall also be streaming the game in October for my office. Off counts of this. Off Steam. Worked on it in my regard to the merge time. Oh god, that is hot as fuck. That's hot. Horror. Okay. My horror marathon game. On Twitch, if that's okay. Hello, I'm going to be able to cut it off. It's all on me, and I'm going to be covering it on TikTok to be released. I'm going to be covering it on TikTok to be released on the 16th, but the footage will be channel to not spoil anything. If that's okay, I shall also be streaming it in October for my horror month on Twitch. So. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was all good. Oh my god, I can't believe we got a key for that. That's fucking amazing. And nothing but a box fan and a dream. Bessie, that's how genius is created. That is how fucking, that's how fucking masterpieces are born. Am I right? You know, it's like, that's just how it be. Did I save this? Did I do this yet? I got so excited for the thing that my brain just kind of blew a gasket. All I'm saying, guys, is we're going up. We're going up in life, and that's all I can say. And my success is your success, and your success is my success, so we all win. Yeah, birth Matilda myself. Fuck yeah. Alright, my brain is kind of like shitting itself right now, so... give me like 10 seconds. Okay, vocal stems. Ideas. Oh, October game marathon. Alien Isolation. No, hold on. Ideas. This is gonna be I'm gonna do a debut-a-thon. And then I want goals. Alien Isolation. Yeah, and then... Hey, Elaine, guess what? Whoa. In sound mind off. And I want to play the new Layers of Fear. Are you having a game? Yeah, I'm playing a bunch of horror games, so if you guys have any suggestions, feel free. There's Fear 2, I think, is what I want to do. I think that one was pretty rated pretty well. Year 2, 2019, mostly positive, yeah. So my first, yay! Oh my god, Vex, I'm so happy! Fuck yes! Woo! Here, let me give you kisses. I give you kisses. Hold on. I'll give you kisses. Mwah! 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 Oh my god, I'm so excited! I'm so proud of you! Yay! I'm so excited! Woo! 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 So excited. That's amazing. I'm so excited for you. First week, guys, just anything from Emeka Studios. But I think we're gonna do these like 4 games, I think. Unless we can get Doom Eternal. You know, it's something. Pieces of Me. I'm counting to 6. September 7th. Father's Day. Locked Up. Okay, hold on. Let me look at this on Steam. Oh, they're all pretty cheap too. That's fucking poggin. Can we top sellers? Summer of 58. In the summer of 2008, the main character, at the request of followers, go to Russia to explore an abandoned camp, Unos. Locals say this place is inhabited with rest of soul. This will need to be checked. I got some horror mods for Minecraft. Oh, that's something else we could do. We could, I don't know if that'll fuck with anything. Maybe. I'm gonna say, well, we could do a no, that's something I want to do as a sub goal. I want crowd control horror Minecraft. Crowd control horror Minecraft. Might be a debut-a-thon, but it might not be an October thing. Because honestly, horror is an all season round thing. You can do horror at any time of the year. Also, Fury, do you have one that you suggest? Because I could just do Summer 58, but if there's one that you suggest, then I'll do that one. I might do the newest released one. I'm either gonna do Summer 58 or Pieces of Me. Pieces of Me is not a classic horror with jump scares, but psychological thriller drawing through the walking simulator. It's a spin-off of September 7th. Interesting. If you want me to make ones more catered to you, or if you need the MP4s for examples, let me know. But September has a lot of people like Pieces of Me, but September's had great jump scares. Okay, we'll do Pieces of Me because it's newer. And then if I like it, I'll do September 7th, Pieces of Me. Killer Frequency is pretty fire as well. The countdown of the end of teenhood is coming soon. Interesting. Is that a game? Is that a movie or is that a game? Killer Frequency. Oh, this one's also not that expensive. Oh my god, it's this one? Oh. And it's a Team 17 game. Nope, it's... Oh, got it. Okay. Killer in... Is it Killer in Frequency? No, it's just Killer Frequency. I'm just stupid. Frequency. Okay. Average time it takes to finish Killer. I just want to see how long this is. 5.5 hours? That's like a stream. Okay, 5.5 hours. That's like a stream. So once a week, I think I'll be doing like one of these games is like my plan of me. Pieces of Me, 1.5 hours. Oh, this one can be like, okay. 1.5 hours. I should do 1.5. That would look a lot better. 5.5 hours. And then layers up here too. Completionist is 10 hours. Is we'll say like 6 hours. It'll probably take us like 6 hours because I'm not gonna be a completionist, but you know, we'll do 5 hours. I don't believe I'll finish it fully. In Sound Mind. Holy shit. The main story is 10 hours? That's a long ass game. 10 hours. Okay. And then what about off? I don't think they're going to have the information for off. 6.5 hours? Blasphema, inspired by the Conjuring movies and nuns. Okay, hold on. I gotta have horror games. Oops. I have to fix this. I don't like that this is like this. Okay, I will do that now. I linked them to the TikTok so I can change them to YouTube when they go live. I just did the first week since I felt good. Thank you! It's kind of like my, I'm working here. I'm working mode. Okay, off? Off, I'm gonna give however much time off needs. To be completely fair, I'm gonna give off as much time as it needs. So I'm thinking that InSound Mine is gonna be like, oh, so how many weeks are there in October? If I start on October 1st. But we're also gonna do... We're also going to be doing a... Where is it? Where is it? Is it in my primary? Yes, we're also going to be doing a fundraiser in October. So save up for the children. Voice act for the children. Voice act. Save up for the children. We'll be doing this on October. In October. What day in October? I don't know. Let me look. 22nd to the 31st. This is September. 22nd to the 31st. We'll do Wednesday through Friday. I'll do a horror one-shot on Friday, and then Wednesday and Thursday. Wait, will we have Dragonlance on those days, though? Fuck. Let me check. Yes, no. The 4th is a yes, no, yes. Yes. So the 23rd. Okay, hold on. I gotta write stuff down. Where's my notebook? Where's my notebook? It's on the floor. Okay. So tentatively on the 23rd. So I'm thinking the 22nd to the 24th. 22nd to the 24th. And then I'll probably do the emote giveaway again. Emote for every donation. And then we could play a specific game for it. We can take Wednesday and Thursday to play a game, so whichever game is gonna take me like 2 streams to get through. I'm thinking Layers of Fear 2, and if we can squeeze it in Pieces of Me. So if we do it like that, I think I like that. I think I like that plan. That sounds like pretty good to me. Did I skip a page on my journal? I didn't. Okay. Games. Layers of Fear 2 and Pieces of Me. Pieces of Me. I misspelled it. Oh, that's fine. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, if anybody ever has like horror game recommendations or any horror media recommendations, let me know. I'm a big horror fan. I get very scared in video games because I have to be in the driver's seat, but I love horror media, like movies and podcasts and stuff. Especially Creepcast. If you haven't listened to Creepcast, please, for the love of God, please, somebody watch Creepcast. I need someone to talk about Creepcast with. Please. Layers of Fear 2, Pieces of Me. Otherwise, I'm gonna make stream listen to it at some point. Emote for every donation. Okay. Let me look at the emotes. I do have to message the Mac. It was about the fundraiser. I've attached a deck with more considerations. Absolutely. Because there's a costume and art contest in this event in case you're interested. What? I can't type. I'm at work, so I can't do my fave media justice, but I will when I get off. A bet. I am so looking forward to this event. I already games and a reward for donators planned. Know if there is anything I need to do to join this. Imagine surviving that to me. I'm finally at work. Welcome in, welcome back. I've missed you. Hope the drive was all right. Hope the drive wasn't too crazy. Okay. Okay. I've once again derailed myself. Okay. Peak. What? 6. Yeah. The 6th, I think. Yeah, 6th. Okay, and then we have an hour and 20. Damn, that's crazy. Did they at least help you with paying for the commute at all, or is like the pay good enough that it doesn't really matter? Maybe. Gamers outreach charity stream. October 22nd to the 24th. I believe you ask, are you a Skipper SCP fan? I do love SCPs. I do love SCP. Nah, it's neither. Damn it! Damn it! I am so sorry. I'll tickle you internally, but I see nothing wrong with that. What am I doing? Oh my god. Oh, yeah, that's right. I love horror. Me fucking too. Me fucking too. Oh, and then we have to do Vibe Enshrined, which is 32. Which is week of August 4th. And then I think when... Ooh, shit. Honestly, looking forward to be able to start producing horror-related videos. Thank you once again for the tip. Of course. I don't feel like enough VTubers know that you can record your VTuber transparently through OBS. You know? Like, just say. Oh my fucking god, then I have to, yay! Okay. I feel like you told me about it, but I don't know if I wrote it down, so I am excited for you to tell me. Okay, so that's all good. Yeah, we're all planned out here. Change cover. Upload a cover image. Video editing. Didn't know, bet you didn't know. Edit labels. Subtitle, music. The media assets are done. The script needs to be written. So I'm waiting for that. Yeah, the music and subtitles are good. So then edit. This one needs these 3. Off needs it as well. So we're gonna do off next because we're already here and I'm so fucking excited. I'm so fucking excited. Oh, I need to make sure though that I have enough time throughout the weeks to do this all though. Is there anything else? No, I think it'll be fine. How many weeks are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna finish one of the weeks. We're finishing Layers of Fear 2 and Pieces of Me. And then I think we could start with Killer Frequency. Let me check actually. October, so we have 2 weeks. Yeah, let's start with Killer Frequency. We'll do Insound Mind. Then we'll do Layers of Fear and Pieces of Me. And then the last week of October, we'll do Off. And if that spills into November, it spills into November, I think is my plan. Let's do Killer Frequency. 5. Hours. And then we'll do in sound mind, because that's going to be a little more spooky. Do 10 hours. And then layers of fear and pieces of me, which would be in total like 6.5 hours. And then we'll be playing off. We'll just write 6 because I want it to fit. Oh my god, the kill, I know. I listen to pretty good music here. Tell this anymore. Do. Oh, break me now. Burn me. And I'm so excited. Oh my god, I'm so excited.
Guys, can you tell me I'm excited?
Copy image.
I don't know if you guys can tell that I'm excited.
Sorry, I'm being a little weird today. I think it's because of the caffeine. Not running. I don't know if I'll do this. It'd be really cool if I could do this. I need caffeine too. That's valid. I need, maybe, or maybe I'll do it myself. I think I might try to figure it out myself. I want to make a PNG tuber of me. Oh, for the thumbnails, at least. A image of me in the off style. 0 to 0 hours of sleep with a 9-hour shift. Oh, you need a lot of caffeine then, baby.
You need all the caffeine then.
Let's see, this is underscore 39. Off. I know now. This is who I be. I'm just gonna save this for myself for later. It's a web piece, son of a. I need the logo again. Images. Why are they? It's fine, I'll fix it. Or from this one, save off SteamDB. I should have just got it off of SteamDB, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, metadata. Oh, I need to go to the store page. That's what I need to do. And I need to grab the save as. Nope. Why can't I download this? God damn it! I have to go back. God damn it! Go back. Visual date retweet stream. This one? Yeah, I'll download this one. Thank you for the wellness check. Oh, drink some water. For fun, this one select. Download web video. Save. Close. Did I get replied? Did I get a reply? Not yet. Okay, that's fine. Wanna find more. The nation army couldn't hold me back. Gotta wipe it off. Let's make it an image, because we're already here. Function. Okay, I need to write the off one. What the fuck? Did I just imagine making a song request? Possibly? Maybe? I guess so. Okay, so I want to edit this guy really quick. Because, you know, V stars. I do the last. Canvas lock. Thank you for the song request. I'm excited for Pitbull. I love Pitbull. Okie dokie. What? Okay. What? For fun episode 39. Batter, batter, swing. To be the home run of RPG games. Released. Okay. Okay. So let me look at this. I'm interested. I'm home and ready along. Just had to make my wife some hurricane. What's hurricane popcorn? What that? What is that? Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Just gonna refresh this. I already forgot what I'm doing again. Raccoon facts. Off. Upload. I'm already here doing off, so I'm just gonna write the thing for off. Okay, so. Okay. It's a brand. It's popcorn with some seaweed. Ooh. Very cool. I found you quite tangible from a phantasmagorical being. They're filled with strange and enchanting beings as well as every modern convenience. All of them appear, it must be said, to require the benefit application of your friend Batter's muscular wit. First, don't worry, dear phantasm, I, the judge, will be with you in spirit and body, and it's Hawaiian and pretty easy to make. It sounds really good, to be honest. Okay, this go here. Released yesterday. That's right, August 15th. You can pick this game up yourself. That's right, August 15th. You can pick this game up right now on Steam. Relive with memories. Face through that. Off has to happen. Released yesterday, that's right, August 15th. You can pick this game up right now on Steam and relive those nostalgic memories and face the new world that Off has to offer. I don't know what bit I want to do. Maybe I should just do this one, and I should have, like, a batter's hat. Yeah. I'm the batter, and I've been entrusted with a sacred mission. One of the most influential RPGs of the last 20 years is finally coming to Steam, taking control of the batter as he seeks to purify an uncanny and hopeless world, haunted by specters, guided by a cryptic grinning cat. Guided by a cat. When did Off originally release? Everything tonight. It was a 2008. Pull up Peggy Twitch and they're adorable. I know! I love them. They're so cute. No secret. I'm just gonna do music sometimes. Just want to save. Oh, promise tonight. Excuse me. I might take a little more than I should tonight. Originally released in 2008. I don't know how to write this one. Developed and published by the Belgian team Unproductive Fun Time, consisting of Martin Guros, Mortis Gross, and Elias Conrad Coldwood, is about an enigmatic humanoid identity known as the Batter, who is described as playing the mystery to verify it is garnered a cult following for its story, characters, and atmosphere, particularly after its officially sanctioned fan translation in 2011. A new remaster of the content is currently developed. The RPGs, the Batter advances by leveling up, acquiring new party members, and upgrading his statistics, such as an attack and defense, as well as gaining special abilities to earn competences. Unlike similar games that function on the turn, Off uses a system in which a character is able to attack once a cooldown has passed, meaning enemies and players are able to attack each other at the same time. Give me everything tonight. Okay. I remember watching YouTubers play this originally back in 2011 when was it a fan English translation came out of it, or was it just an English translation? When an officially synced in fan translation into English was released, I was obsessed. I mean, tell me you don't get some sort of nostalgia from this little guy or from this song. Insert, what's the Off? The Pepper Steaks. This song. I'm sorry, did I skip a song? I'm sorry, I didn't skip a song, did I? I'm sorry, I kind of got lost in the sauce. If I did, please let me know. I have to blur my screen because I don't wanna break anything. What is this? Oh man, it's the fucking WebP again. That's a really good song, Vexed. Thank you for the song request. Oh wait, no. Cancel. Okay. Can you tell work hasn't been busy? Hey, that's okay. My brain's been busy as fuck. Delete that one. Choose this. Change it back into an image. There we go. One of the most. Okay. Whoops. What? Retoggle. There you go. I remember watching YouTubers play this game. Play this originally back in 2011 when it unofficially synced. I'm pretty sure it was 2011 that it came out. I don't remember who I watched play it though. Filters. It might have been Markiplier. Filter. You count. Wait, no, what? YouTube is 2005? What? What? I mean, that's when it was born? Because, yes. I think I might have watched Markiplier play it. Yes, it is, because he ended up doing voices, I remember. I remember watching YouTubers play this, I remember watching Markiplier. I'm as old as YouTube. Baby. Too bad it's against you. True. I remember watching Markiplier play this originally. Was that 2011, or did I get that wrong? $11 years ago. 25 minus a... Guys, what is... 2014. In 2014. It's obsessed. Okay, so let me go here. View full playlist. We're going to take a picture of this. So that way I can add this into a video. Video editing. Pictures. Bro, I'm older than One Piece. I'm also older than One Piece. Sort by. Need to really help me with to make a good video for them. One Piece manga was 96 and oh damn! I'm younger than it! I'm younger than One Piece. I don't know what came out in 2000. I need to drink my hydration stuff. I'm drinking like normal water in my coffee, but I need to start drinking the hydration stuff so I have more water in my bones. My straw is kind of gross. I don't know why. Because I haven't been using it for the last few days. That's fine. I'll just clean it another day and then I'll use my glass straw because the glass straw's clean. I'm sorry that it's going to be loud though. Can I put like a band-aid on it? It's going to be loud. I'm sorry. Well, maybe I can do this. Yeah, it's like less loud of a video. Shipping was the last. No. Nope. Cash cleaning sim was. To be fair, I did kind of just quickly do that one. Because I'm busy. Did things quickly. I forgot what I'm doing. Okay, that one's written. I needed to get Roshan's stuff. Because that will make me feel better too. Is my Spotify okay? Why didn't it not play anything else? Oh, because I didn't add it to the queue. I just played it. Okay. I don't know. I don't wanna. This is fine. Bum, 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 bum. I think I'm on Blue Sky more, but I don't remember. Bum, bum. I think they're on Blue Sky more than here. I don't know the answers. No does. I don't know if I'm doing wrong. There's something wrong with this pain going on. Are you alright? Sometimes I'm dead in real life. I'll just dance again. I'll just dance. I guess. I like this one. That's why there is a disclaimer thingy on the right. I'm doing it wrong, doing something wrong. What's going on? What's going on? Are you alright? This is fine. Real life, real life, dead in real life. What's going on? I don't know what's happening here. Why I have two of these? I'll do the archivist tune. I promise. I just gotta make sure. Rush on Galaxy, Rush on Galaxy, Rush on Galaxy, Rush on Galaxy. Cool. Like when it gets done, I only say black and white. And I thought I had a mind. He's gonna know if you're okay. Oops. This is 21. Okay. That's where the cops are. Yep. Save. Close. Roshan. Edit labels. Book cover. If I played D&D for the first time, how was it? You have fun with that? Okay, did. It was great. I'm glad. I'm super happy. Probably do something playful this something like My brain is dying. Look at Barkini. Ooh. You. I played a racist twink who ended up being the nicest one in the party, and I adopted a goblin. Fuck yeah! Adopting goblins for a win. For the win. I don't know what this image is, but I like it. Oh my god, my neck. Say boop, boop, boop. Okay, I gotta calm down a little bit. My brain is gonna implode if I keep going at the pace that I'm going at right now. Midwest town. Yeah. Indiana. When you hop down as a kite, I was thinking of you, and I love the way you say. Let's pretend. I'm just gonna pretend. Let's pretend. Lips, give me one good kiss. I wouldn't believe them, but you can always add in the team says you're kicking. Thinking of you. And I don't know why. I always don't cry. Okay, the last one we need to do will be Vibe and Shine. And then, oh, I can grab Roshan's stuff. Yeah, shoosh. Flips. Let's do top 30 days. You can live a real life. Every else in the real world. You're grown. You can be a master. Do you have to? You can be a top all. This one. This one. This one. Oh, I can do tab. Open link a new tab. In a tree. I need a place just for me. Whether I can be. Video editing. Oh, it was a high elf. That actually fits better. It does. It does. And either of the elves races, just an elf or even a drow would have worked. Drows are also very racist. Must believe that I came to know. I think I might delete that one. I don't know what my memory. Instructed icon. Needed. Reading. And then if any of them are duplicated, I can just rename it intro. It's... Is it this one? No, it's not this one. This one. This one. I'm in a tree. I need a place just for me. Somewhere that I can be free. Okay, I'll get these three. I want to play Minecraft so bad. I started playing survival to work on my house, and I was having so much fun. But yesterday I got high and I want to go sleep, but I want to play Minecraft so bad right now. Okay, we have plenty of media for this now. We just need the intro. I thought it was hilarious because my brother-in-law played a turtle, and he tried so hard not to be Master Oogway, but that's what he defaulted to, and he didn't know what to do. I feel like that's pretty often with people who play turtles. It's either you're Master Oogway or you're the turtle from Master in Disguise, in my opinion. If you guys know what that is. You guys know what that is? Master in Disguise. Can we watch that movie instead? Can we watch that movie instead this week? Would you guys wanna... Did you know, fun fact about this movie was being, filmed when 9/11 happened. Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club? They held a moment of silence when it happened, and they had to hold a moment of silence while he was in that suit. I learned that for Creek. Master of Disguise. We're gonna watch this. I don't care. We're watching this on Saturday. We're watching this on Saturday. Right? Because I don't have D&D, so it should be fine. Room. Movie. So, this is my favorite. One of my favorite childhood movies. And I want to see if it held up well. Lasagna's ready. Have good lasagna. Takes 600 rich boy who likes to journal and takes him to Horde of Goblins. He's gonna almost... And then charm the goblin. Aw, trying the goblin to be his son. That's cute. Goblins are pretty dumb. Movie time. Oh no, but it feels like an eternity since I had you here with me. Since I had to learn to be someone you don't know, to be with you in paradise. I'll even do this ahead of time. What would alone? Never responded to me yet. Forgot the word. That's okay. Who likes to journal and takes him somewhere he's gonna almost die, and then yeah, I'm glad that you were able to charm him. I'm doing this. Okay. I've already forgotten what I'm doing now. Okay, so save this. I think we have one more. We have one more that we have to make a thumbnail for. So let me make sure that's the case over here. Pengy. I didn't insert Pengy's image and sound. Browse. To be with you in paradise, what I wouldn't sacrifice. What you have to chase the light, somewhere I can go. Not this world alone. Not this world alone. Endless night, it's a starless sky, it's hell that I call home. Oh, did your baby crying outside? Did your baby cry outside? It made me sad. Oh, it feels like an eternity since I had you here with me. Where we did lamp piggies. After building an egg. I don't want to do this one, man. Okay, delivering an egg to a fox. No. Nope. Oh, that one was crazy. Oh no, raccoon. Duplicate. We'll do this one too. Big dog make you scream. Okie dokie. We'll do. No. I don't want to let me do the thing. Probably because of the way I selected it. God damn it. Oh, so much fun. No, you son of a bitch. Let me copy it. Okay, no, none of that. This is what they Oh, let me start this. Let's do that like that. Hello, Crumbs. How's it going? Oh yeah, well, I'm older than the iPhone. I don't remember a time before them. I do. Hello, Rat Boy Sick. When was the last time you ate a proper meal? Also, hello, long time no see. I ate one earlier today. I had toast and egg. Because I needed to diffuse all the caffeine and stuff in my body. I don't like to comment on that, though. You're fine. I am background content. You are totally good. And it's not that, go back. Where's the Tails Fox video? This one. And then, oh, Raccoon Loaf, though. Do Raccoon Loaf next time. What am I doing? I've already forgot what I'm doing. Animals will take those foxes. Foxes will take these 3. Do they have one? Yeah, but it sucked. Okay. And do opossum. And do opossum. And then bee. Okay. Not the way it sounds. I hope everyone's having a good day, by the way, and hello everyone who stopped in. We're having a bit of a doozy of a morning, but you know, we're going with it. We're going with the flow. Wait, actually no, I want to do like this download video. I like it this way better because then it still shows the person's at while I do it. Oh, I have videos, I have pictures of some of myself because there's some memes that I have for DS. Pablo Pot. Download. Tails the Fox. Bear down. Yes, I can download all of them. Cause I like the watermark. I honestly don't mind the watermark. So that's all that. That's that. We just need to make the thingy for it. Oh, I have to send myself a picture. Pictures and memes. It's the time you told me that you would be. Oh my god, I have to tell you guys about this too. I think Sayu, the VTuber Sayu, and Wendigoon went to the same My Chemical Romance concert. And that fucks me up a lot. I have to go to the bathroom now. So I have to go to the bathroom and then I'll talk about it. Okay, so. Okay, I will be right back. I gotta go bathroom. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? Sayu and Mr. Goon collab when? Bro, that is what I am saying. Probably never, because they don't really do similar stuff. Also, hi, Simma! Hi, how you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Well, yeah, so, like, okay. Conspiracy. This is the Friday VOD. Hold on. My conspiracy theory will be shared in a second. August. Okay. So... Open link. Nope. Open link. Okay, so I scroll on my Twibber, right? I'm doing good. It's been so hot, just finally cooling off. I know, today's been cool. Feels like it's gonna rain, but it's probably not, but I feel it cooling down. It's really nice. I can just have my windows open all day and I'm just vibing. Also, hello, Shadow. Thank you for the head pack. So, I'm scrolling on my timeline, right? This is Wendigoon. Let me show where's my mouse? So this is Wendigoon on the left. And then his wife, Kayla, I believe her name's Kayla, on the right. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. They're at like a concert or something. And then I realized she's wearing a My Chemical Romance shirt. Then literally like 2 posts down from that, I see this. No stream because I'm at a My Chemical Romance concert. And I'm like, are they at the fucking same fucking concert? Dude? But that would have been cool if they were. They didn't know. That would have been cool. Just saying. Just putting that out there. Could have been a total quinky dink that she was wearing they were going to like some sort of show and she was wearing a My Chemical Romance shirt. And then also Sayu and his wife, his partner was wearing a My Chemical Romance stuff. I'm just saying. It's very coincidental and I like it a lot. I'm just saying that it was very, very cool. I think it is funny. Video editing. Actually... No, yeah, I do download these. I was confused myself. But yeah. I thought that was cool. If they were at the same thing, I think that's really poggin. Oh, I didn't mean to download this one. This one... I thought it was something funny about doors, but it was not. So I'm just had to send myself another picture. Another meme, if you shall. Let's see what other memes I got. Oh, is this one? There you go. Cool. This one I delete because that was just so I could bookmark something. Okay. This is all good now. Ooh, and the other things I also have to add is club clips number 13, and I think that's it for now. I don't think I'm gonna have a Monday one this week. Edit dates. This is at 200 p.m. on Saturday. Save. Edit dates. We're gonna do this on Monday. Edit dates. This will be Tuesday. Save. Save. Edit dates. Wednesday. Edit dates. Thursday. Save. Save. Edit dates. Friday. Save. I think I forgot about something. For the nostalgia session, for the nostalgia. After 20 years of almost. Interesting by on Steam. Okay. Okay. What's this? What is this? Load. Graphic acceleration, please. Oh my god. I see what Kiwi means by that. Okay. Am I forgetting things? I feel like I'm forgetting things. Oh, I didn't do this yet. Did I already put that one away? I think I did. To see you smiling. 4th to August 10th. Oh, I never posted a schedule. Oh my god, I will put it in the server and then I will cry because I forgot. Oh my god. Yesterday was a blur to me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like you mean it. Do you mean it? What you post schedule? Here you go. I have a face for this. I forgot what the face is. Oh, what's this one? Happy. What's this one? Is to and a forgot what I was doing again. Oh right, I was doing this. Okay. I did it for all years. That's fine. Intense. Second. Description. Emotion. And my emotions towards it. My date. I'm missing one. I'm mixing the Fox one. Did you ever watch? Did you? I did. I watched a bit of it. Hello, young queen. Hello. How are you? I'm trying to make this a square. That's square-ish. Mother, I crave violence. Do it. Give in to your violent tendencies. Do it. It goes along. If I may ask, what themes in horror do you not like? None. I'm okay with a lot of stuff. The only thing is because it would be a visual thing. The only thing I visually do not like is things with holes in them. I have tryptophobia. Otherwise, the rest of it's like fine. Did I not take a picture of that? Guess I didn't. I must get dinner now. Thank you. Have good dinner. I think we started with birthday boy. And I think we end with, or in the middle is the giving the fox an egg. Gotta go back. I think that's a non-issue. All my recommendations are podcast, Pog. Okay, BRB gotta drive home. Sounds good. Also, remember I have a short attention span. I like Creepcast because they meme a lot. But if it's a good story, it's a good story, you know? Dun 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 dun. There you go. Save. Okay. I can't be the we're just stepping up. In the room. Have you watched Fear Street? The Fear Street movies? I think so. I think me and my friend watched them. Yes, we watched them. Yeah, I watched them last Halloween. It was crazy, the lesbian love story in that. Spoilers, by the way, but the love story in that is fucking crazy. I liked it, though. It's not what I was expecting from the movie, to be honest. But I liked it a lot. Okay. Upload cover image. Alright. I'll pop my wrists. Edit labels. Media assets. Music's this one. Pub clips 13. The script is done for that. Script's not done for these three. Yeah, that one still needs the freaking bread slicer scene. I don't remember. Hold on. We watched them all like fucking back to back, so I don't remember a lot of it. I just remember. Oh shit! Yeah, that one was fucking wild. That was fucking wild. I like that kind of stuff. I like it when they go wild with it. Get crazy with it. Let's remove demo out of this. Let's add off the RPG. Okay. Yeah, I like there was this one movie, I haven't seen it yet though, and it was about like these people who were on a video call and the guy put his hand in a fucking blender, bro. That was fucking wild to me, dude. I have to write the Vibe and Shine one. Okay. The Vibe and Shine one. And then what can we do? This game. Oh, Unfriended was the movie? Ah, yes, Unfriended. Yeah, and the guy fucking shoves his hand into a blender. That shit was crazy. I never watched it, so I don't actually know if it was good. It was okay. That's valid. I just like that the guy shoved his hand into a blender. I just like the guy shoved it. Someone, speaking of you. Sorry if I'm like super discombobulated. I keep trying to remember things. Okay, cool. You're on the list. I want to make a TikTok about ya. I just remember the clips. Yeah, that's valid. Yeah, I just remember them being on a Skype call or whatever. I'm pretty sure it was a Skype call. And then the guy puts his hand in a blender. I was way too young to be watching that movie, I think. When did that movie come out? Unfriended? 2014. That's crazy. Yeah, I was too young. My parents would not let me watch that, but I remember the guy putting, "Don't trust my horror recommendation. I find jump scares annoying and body horror is whatever, so all my rest are comedy horror." I love psychological horror is #1 to me. I love a good psychological horror, but comedy horror is also good because then you can make fun of it with your friends, which is fun. I am gonna save this because I don't know what orientation she wants, and so I don't want to continue editing until I know which orientation they want because it'll change how I edit things. I'm also walking home with a 12-can box of monsters, so it's hard to respond. Take your time. I am. You can put me on in the background. I am background stuff. Do not worry. I am not going anywhere. Also, please be careful walking with that much stuff. Please be careful. My brain's turned off again. Weak. I need to write the script for this one, Vibe and Shine. And then what can I do? Pass the envoy. To let you know in case you wanted. Today. One of the best twists in horror I've seen and I'm disappointed that also is The Fall 2022. Oh, what's this? I was working in the movie theater during the last and closing sucked because I could walk it. Yeah, that's valid. I don't think I ever walked in on a movie that was scary. Oh, this one. I think I got spoiled on this one too. Yeah. Yeah, I got spoiled on that one. TikTok. Oh my lord. More rest though. Okay. The one I liked was the hide and seek movie. Where the girl is gonna like marry into like this family. Movie about a woman who is going to get married, but then they play hide and seek. It's like a horror comedy. Ready or Not. Ready or Not's a good movie. I like this movie a lot. I liked the actress and her personality a lot because she was like tomboyish and she's like, I'm getting my way fucking out of this. I'm not being a damsel in distress about this shit. And I really liked it. It was good. It was good. I watched it on the plane. I think when I was flying back from San Francisco to Colorado, I watched it. It was really good. I liked it. It was good. Good movie. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. I can't say people just like it better that way. Like me back. Is that another Margot Robbie lookalike? I think so. Pretty or not. It is. Her name is Samara Weaving, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like she does a lot of horror movies. Okay, maybe I lied. I mean, she kind of looks like her, but she's got a different nose. Her nose and her eye shape is a little different. It's just because he's blonde. He's blonde. Oh, my goodness. Ugh. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna pick them. Twitch. No, 13. What clips do I have? Do we have any new clips? We probably do. Because you guys are fucking pogged. Ooh, I know. I kind of like the... What's this? Huh? No Christian children. In the fridge, who's Margot Robbie? Margot Robbie is this one. She's from a different show where she's like a prissy lady. I think that's the girl we just saw. I don't know who the fuck this is, and I don't know who the fuck this is. And this is that one lady from, the fuck is it called? My Name is Earl. It's her. This is Margot Robbie. This one. I'm pretty sure I know my Margot Robbie. I'm pretty sure I know my Margot Robbie, and I'm pretty sure that's Margot Robbie. Okay, this one. You got the one you used. Got the one you guessed right. Yeah! Fuck yeah, thank you for the song request. Minecraft rap. Did you peek at the raccoon script? Not yet. I just kind of saw the words I'm gonna get wild with it, and I just put a thumbs up. Let you know to go for it. What is this one? Oh yeah, it was the same one. Oh, this is no testicular cancer. Good, that's all you need to know, Pog. Whoa. And I have this one, right? Flint and Steel. I have that one. Find the gap. I do have that one, Flint and Steel. This is me getting jump scared. Oh god. Okay. Alright, now which one do I want to do? I kind of want to do the otter one. I forgot my mouse was in the middle of the screen. Maybe I can just clip this part of my screen. Cause, and then I can do another one and be Flint and Steel. Wait, do I say Flint and Steel? Sorry, I had to pause the music right now. Thank you for that, Babs. Guys, you gotta remind me when my mouse is in the middle of my screen. I am stupid. Okay, I think we'll do not the otter one. That'll be fine. Okay. No, my kitty cat sleep in my office. My kitty cat sleep in my office. Give me more sport. My little baby. Okay. Video editing. Vibe and shine. Okay, we're gonna start. What are we starting with? The Pablo Possum. starting this week off with a bang. And by bang, with a blast. No, with a starting this week off with a celebration for this little awesome named Pablo. It's this one shouldn't be long. Starting off this week with a celebration for this little possum named Pablo. I just want to look. Did he have any other birthday ones? I might have to do two. So then we go with how old did he turn? And look at these dias. My birthday. Birthday. Is he 1 year old? Oh, yeah, I think it's the first. No problemo. Oops. I'll get that rough edit to you by the end of today. Okay. Happy birthday. It's someone's birthday today. Recently. And this cutie named Pablo celebrated theirs. He even got a healthy, sweet treat. To commemorate special okay. Many more yummy days. We get to see what it's like to feed a fox an egg. I gotta say I forgot didn't really realize that foxes ate eggs, but it makes sense to be honest. But now that this person gave them an egg, they won't go steal it from some other birdie. And then the last one is hi Moira. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Also, thank you both for the head pats. Oh, I popped my ankle. Ooh. Okay, I'm trying to think. I'm doing okie dokie. What you up to? I'm finishing my part of the scripts for now, and then I gotta do a video commission. A video commission. But now that this him and egg, they won't have to steal it from some other birdie. Speaking of stealing, this little river stole my heart. I honestly didn't know. I didn't know where this video was going at first, but then seeing little guy get pulled out from do they have a name? Does that little dog have a name? Does that dog have a name? Does he know he's alive yet? No. Okay. I melted. I don't know what this little guy's name is, but I hope it to grow up big and strong. Cool. And then oh, yummy. The celebration. A circle with birthdays. Meal times and baby animals. This one. These videos brighten up your day like that. No, just gold. They brighten every day. Okay. Now I gotta add the app. Cause I'm silly. And I need to. Okay, there we go. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Excuse me. I'm sorry if you heard that burp. I forgot what else I'm doing now. Yeah. Can't control R. Chibi. Full body chibi. Furied fate. Binder channel suggestion. Binder channel for all of Elaine and what? Binder channel for all of the art of Elaine. Oh, that would be interesting. Like an art binder. An art binder? That'd be cool. That'd be cool. I could do that. I'd probably put that in milkclubmedia. Binder. Create. I've with you, I lose my mind. Let me do that. I can do that. I have specifically a folder of all the fan art that I've gotten from free art. Oh wait, I want a framed picture. I want the framed picture because that's how it feels. Oh, I didn't copy. Channel. I put the lovely gifts I get from. Thank you. How much? But I can do that right now. Loneliness is killing me, and I'm still burning, I think it's in here. Nope. Oh, it's in stream memories, isn't it? Fan art, yeah, okay. I don't remember who these were all given to me from, so I I will do my best to try to remember. I think this one was from Gore. That's not the first fan art I ever got, though. The first free art I ever got was like a little chibi of me. But I don't know where it is now. Because it's not in here. Also, Mew sent me a picture too. Okay, well, I'll get that in a second. Okay. From good homie. I'm gonna try my best to link everyone's stuff, but if I don't remember, and I'm sorry. Even if I limit it to just the weird ones. Or I list some of the cooler ones and you pick. I think the more wow factor, the better. So we could do the top 5 weirdest raccoon facts if you want. I don't remember who this was from. Did they write it down? No, I don't remember.
I don't remember.
Big gift. I don't remember who this was from. Got it, boss. Thank you. I'm gonna redo the thingy. I wanted to show off. Yeah, I get more people. So you can also post. I'm also gonna allow people to write in this, save changes. They're gone cause they're calling. I also don't know. And I feel so bad that I don't remember who these are from. Oh, that didn't work. Change it to my brother and my sister said. This one's a GIF-if. This one's a GIF-if. I think the rest of these are okay. Do them to image. Start function. The birthday one was Kendi. No, I think this is older than that. This is from 2022. It could have been though. It could have been though, Fringe. It could have been. I don't remember. If they tell me it is, if you guys know and like they reach out, never mind then. Yeah, it was 2022, so I don't. Close art binder. They get from Anon. Oh wait, I already had this one as a PNG. Colored art. Hello. I feel so bad that I don't remember. Cause they're calling. A gift from Reiko. I remember this one. This is from Reiko. I forgot how to spell her name. What's her name? The ones I've commissioned too? You want the ones I've commissioned too? That one might be a little bit harder because the ones that I've commissioned are on my card. I have a lot of the ones that I've commissioned on my card. Credits. Illustrated art. I have to update this though. I'm playing Siege with friends and streaming right now. Oh shit, let me lurk. I got you, let me lurk. Oh wait, are you streaming in the Discord, you mean? You streaming in the Discord? But yeah, I have a lot of my art here. I'm so confused. Does Raygun not exist anymore? That I'm forgetting how to spell her name. I forget. Was she in this one? Yeah, Reiko VT. Is it because I don't have the underscore VT? Yeah, there we go. I knew it. Oh shit, I didn't mean to close that. Reiko VT. I remember that one. No embeds. Get rid of these embeds. No embeds. Remove all embeds. Embeds link. I don't know. I forgot what I was doing. God damn it. There you go, okay. This one I remember is from Maru-chan. Thank you for the Maru-chan for the song. My god, complex playlist could be doubled. My god, complex playlist could double as a dark. Yeah, it could. That's the nice thing about playlists. Versatile. Drawing from Maru. Get this out of here. This one was from the. Okay, we should go in order now. Looking club room. Oh, okay. I'll just keep that. I don't have the link. They don't have the link. I'm gonna scream. Okay, there you go. There, I am lurking. Please next time put that in the board for promotional stuff. This one's from N. Gift from N in a box. I don't remember who this one was from. Oh, it does say it. TV head from. I think they changed their name though. I'm pretty sure they changed their name. Yeah. Slime from time from save they renew. And then we'll have art from envtuber. I didn't go in order again. It's because I want to crop this one. I'll crop this one. Also that. Okay, fix it, and also that be in the corner. Corner? In the corner? What? Forgot what's what. Oh. Not Geo have an account. Why? There you go. This is the only art I have from Zungi, and it makes me very happy. Black and white. Zungi. I really want more art from Zungi, I'm gonna be honest. From Zungi. That one, I did this one. Oh fuck, what was their name? It was like Leaf, I think. I don't remember who it was. No, I probably do this way home. Let's do it this way. There you go. And then this one, oh fuck, who was this from? Troves. It was from Troves. Troves has improved a lot, and it's very cool. Lord bust from Troves. And then this one I always think was by Nami. Pretty sure that one was by Nami. I'm pretty damn sure it was by Nami. This place is about the Thank you. I feel like it was from Nami, but I don't remember. Let me check. It would be in the fridge. In fridge. Image. I know it's in here somewhere. At least I'm pretty sure. Got a scroll. I love how much we talk in the Discord. Makes me very happy. Am I like wrong? I feel like I'm not wrong. But I also feel bad if I attribute it to the wrong. Nope, it was not me. Haha! I'm so fucking smart. Body art from me. Is that gonna work right? Yeah, it did. Cool. Cool. Gift from lady and child. Gift from coffee. Cute sticker from Ghost. Spooky art of me from the GAWD. I think that's all of them. Other than everything my wife's given me. Which is in other places, so. Okay, I think that's good for now. Because doing all my commissioned art, I'm gonna be real, that's a fucking doozy. That's a doozy. I wanna edit my card. Oh, it didn't do the thing. Okay. Close group. I got art from. Hold on, I got this. How do I look in my orders? My requests. No, the Chiikawa model. The Chiikawa. And the art from Ballistic. Okay. Century 1. I think we did that one. Okay. It's gonna take like 20 years to load because I have so many images on this page. It would be uneven if I added it. No! Oh, that fucks me up. That fucks me up, bro. Ooh. I can't add another one. Okay, so it'd have to be 3 rows. I don't have the old diff model on here. What is happening? Okay, I think that song's broken. Oh. Okay. Elaine thinks you should make these smaller. I have a lot of these. I think I need to make them smaller. Okay. Duplicate. Oh. Yes. I think I'm gonna change how I do my credits. Am I doing that now? What am I doing? It is 6:30. Scripts will be done soonish. And then I do need to edit the video though. Take a picture of a cat. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. I wanted the second one, which has more room for. Right, they wanted one. This one, yes. Okay. That is the second one. There you go. And those need to go here. Okay, and then we would move this back up. Okay, and then we do create Twitch message thing. And then I'm just going to, so I can check it. Okay. Just imagine the memes that archaeologists will uncover and try and discuss and understand. Also, I gotta do the sketch that Moira did. Each one. VOD. And then also T. First ever fetal line. I forgot about my first fetal line. Oh. Okay, and then this goes back. Oh, no, this goes back here. Redo. Okay. Don't go with me. Then I need track up. Got to see where this fits. I go in the, let's put it in the middle. And we could zoom in a little more. Okay, so we do do a pop wobble here. Is that better? Okay, and then add track, move track up, move track up. And then I need an adjustment clip. Latitude. Dude. Three. Dude. Imagine, and then I would do to do a like a oh, that's not what I want. Okay, and then they do about the loss, mean POT dissertation. Disseminate. Of loss would be this. What is this one? Oh, I think there's something over here, maybe? I try. How's this? This should have like a transition on it though. I wanted to have like a wiggle transition, like a. Oops, I broke something. No! I'm sorry, computer. I didn't mean to. Oh no. Okay, are we okay? Maybe? Okay. Now we're okay. Jesus. Oops. That it doesn't like it. Okay, I'll do a transition later then. Okay, I broke DaVinci. Alright, what's this one? I found a historical road. Do you prefer the original black and white or color enhanced pics? Let's do color enhanced. Okay, I think I know what to do with these. I have to go to the bathroom again. Okay. Someday in the future, someone's gonna write their dissertation. Okay, I gotta go to. I fucking forgot what it's called. This one. Study. I gotta do it in English, I forgot. This one. Image as. Someone is going to write their PhD dissertation. Oh. Okay, wait, hold on, what? So... Should it be like... Is this like this? So should it be... And then I think I have the like sound effect that I'm thinking about where it's like Lucio Metal Pipe. I think it's a dream one. Door creaking dreaming. I think it's this one. Let's do this, this. A little bit further, so it's like present, speak. I don't like that one. Oh, I want this one. Okay, so I'm gonna write their dissertation. I think I want to do, then it goes to this, and then this. So, okay, I want another one that's idea. Who's the first guy we have? Do that one. I feel like I kind of just want the guy and not in the car. Oh. Yeah, no, I think idea is the one I want. I think the closest one is this one. Oh, I forgot I need to translate to English. It's the only reason why I don't like this. Because I can't understand it. I think it's this one. This one. Oh, more of this guy. They should have one for him. Actually, we could do the business guy. This has an ID. No, because then, like, yeah. The baby. I'm surprised like they don't have this one that's like easily found. They have it like for all the other characters, which makes me sad. What is this one? I think I could go to Canva and search it, but I don't really want to go to Canva. What's a glasses break one? There was one with the glasses break, which I like that one. This one. Save. Okay, so it'll be like someone. I'm going to write. I'm so bored. Could I get like a think emote to think to dog. Okay, let's do this there. Add track. I wanted them to be about the shape size. Maybe a little bit bigger. Honestly, this could go to here. Maybe we should just leave it. We flip this guy and put him here. No. And then this one, and then we want to do the revelation SFX. taken. Loss in popular culture. Let's do it like this. And then I want to do another adjustment clip over here. Oops. Okay, so it should go. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger and scoot it down a little bit. Oops. I kind of want this to be flipped and then to go here. And then here is when it's going to right here. I want it to be zoomed out a bit. Okay, and so new ad track. So I want this to actually happen faster then. I don't know if I want to do this, but maybe it'll enhance it. All of them this way, I guess. Oh man. I don't think I'd do that one, so it'd be like I think I like that. Did I use everything? The gas or vanish isn't really a thing, but I don't think we need that one. I think I want to scoot this down just a little bit more to be there. So like, View. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know if I want to do. Did that go off at the right time? Yeah. Okay, cool. That's all good. I have to make a pop sound at the beginning. Sound effects, LMNO. NLP pop. Save, and then that, and then we'll do scripts, comp, snap captions, text space, generate. Hey, stop, nobody goes. Words me out of here. Why? Not really. I think I have a writing one as well. Do the part. Called a pencil. Pen, paper. What is this one? Paper ripping? Oh, paper ripping. This one? Or I want to, like... I don't know if they'd have it in my thingy. Yeah, okay, this one. Editing. Resources, audio. Sound effects, save. Open. This one. Go in here. And then it goes here. Touch the planets. Girl, watch me planet. I go here. Oh, I go here. We go. Cool. I think that's everything. Okay, I do want right here, I want this to have a transition. So maybe we'll do this one. Oops. spiral wipe. No, no, come here. Oh, why isn't the spiral wipe going fast? Faster. Why don't I like that? Poor glitch knows movement on radial instead, maybe? No, not that. Do paint on instead then. Okay, that was a little spooky. What about this? Oh, my computer's lying. Ooh, my computer is not liking this. Do this one instead. Cool, I think I like that. That should be... Okay. This should be pretty good. And I just want to wait for them to give me those emotes so that way I can do that. And I have to go to the bathroom again, because why the fuck don't I? Video editing, did you know this one? This one, Kiwi sent me pictures, so I have to save them. Save. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay, I think we're done with that. Okay, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. I got the banana because I think I need to eat more than just egg toast, coffee, and advancedgg today. I'm gonna see if I can. I think I can. See if I can export this video. It's super short, so I think it'll be fine. Yeah. Missions. TikTok. Ursa Merida. Okay, never mind. No. Okay, I'll better. Sorry about that. Alright, I'm gonna check on the scripts. This is doing the thing. Okay, okay. I didn't want that open. Okay. Edit. Okay, I think I should do a by artist, maybe? I'm gonna start with the bottom. Is this a set height? I kind of want to set the height. I did break up my GPU there for a sec. Images sizes. What's the size of this one? Images sizes 7.78 and 7.75. Isn't like breaking relations? I'm trying to decide if I want to do this as a slideshow or not. I think I kind of do. I need to. Where is part of me? Choose. Oh, I'm back. Welcome back. I'm glad you're back. Internet all okay? I don't want to listen to the song. It's giving me a headache. But sensor motion. Lost a line, but I think I can redo it. Valid. Duplicate. Columns and left middle. What? Why is the left one weird? None of them are spacers. Oh, okay. That's. Oh, it's because of the divider. Okay, I see. Okay. How does that look? I guess that's okay. Hold on, let me put it in here. I want it to be a little bit bigger, I think. Except why is this not going in here? Oh, there we go. What you gonna do when world open up? And then I need to duplicate the slideshow. Delete. Edit. Change. Oops. I'm gonna do this one. Accept. Right. But what if this one's I can't see what it's like until it's online, right? So that kind of sucks. Don't go crying to your mama. Let me add the third one. Let me see how I feel with it, actually. Change. Tell. Mm. Edit, change. Because either it has to get cropped or just to accept it for what it is, you know? Center. Yeah, I think I'm fine with this. I think I like this. And then this one. First. And tell this one. This one. Accept. Let's put this one on top. Body. I'll put this one on top. Full body Halloween. This one at the bottom to make sure. We gotta make sure that they all fit. Boop, boop. This is gonna be full illustration. Illustration. There you go. Center. Alright, there we go. I like that. And upload and then choose one more, which is this one, but we need this one from here. Accept. Yeah, that one actually looks good. Okay, so the newest one's always gonna go. But this one's like so important to me though. I'm gonna do it like this. Profile. Tell this one. Just making sure. Okay. I think I like how this looks more. Oh, I didn't add the other ones of coos. JK coos. Body. Illustration. I think center looks good for this one. Center. Body. This is right. Like that one. I'm feeling this one. Let me know what you think of for the raccoons. Okay, let me read it. I'm the trash man. I come out and I start eating all the garbage. That's what people do. That's what people want. But do raccoons? Okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was thinking did you know I'm a trash man? I come out and I start eating all the garbage. That's what people want. But do raccoons? That's fine. Trash pandas are cleaner than you might think. Look at this little guy who definitely washes his rice. Aw, he's poor cotton candy. These cuddly criminals don't just clean their food. The water helps their super sensitive fingies learn more about their food. That's how they get their name, from the German wash bear to the Algonquian scratches with his hands. I want to give them all the scritches. Even President Coolidge thought that his Thanksgiving dinner was so cute, he took her off the menu and named her Rebecca. Oh, really? Look at this regal first raccoon, and she's smarter than a dog, too. In fact, scientists stopped using them for animal IQ tests because they kept breaking out. I think they just wanted to join the others at the Kennedy Space Center. They long for the stars, just like Marvel heroes. If your DM asks you for an intelligence check, remember that if a raccoon can get away with it, so can you. Be feral but kind. I like that. Be feral but kind could be a sticker. I could see that being a sticker. Pedro. Statistically, raccoons are the most common mammal. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I like this. Lane the Grouch, some dirt filter, trash can. Yeah, I was gonna be in a trash can. I'll pop out of a trash can. Yeah, I like this one a lot. I like it a lot, Kiwi. You did a good job. I like it. I like it, Picasso. I like it, Picasso. You did well. I have no gripes. No comments. I like it. It's very full of life. I feel like it gives good information. It's fun. I like it. You know what? I'm lazy. Oh. I tried adding a little more personality in the fun fact this week. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot, personally. I like it quite a bit. I think it's fun more than just, it's more fun than just, reading, just, a fun fact. Mimi's done 2 things for me. She did a few things for me, actually. She did these stream alerts. She did these, and she did my chibi model, so, but those are different, so. Add, edit, change, part of me, LM, Mimi, this one, text, outfit ref, and the next one is Choco, change, which I think is on my references. Put it in my art. I put it in my art folder and I didn't know where I put it there. Let's do the top left. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Outfit ref. And then we're gonna put Mimi up here. Delete. What have I done? Okay, there we go. What is this? What is this? Raccoon and sound suppression. No, go back to the raccoon. No, go back to the raccoon. No, go back to the raccoon. No, he's gone. Son of a bitch. I forgot what I'm doing. Help, I've already forgotten what I'm doing. This one go here. This one delete. This one. This one. Oh, this one. God. No. I want to do Nani next. can. Upload. I think it's a tour. Too bad there's not a lot of clips of raccoons that enter space at the Space Center. I know, they should have more videos. They should have more of those. And Nani. This one. This one? Except outfit ref. Outfit ref. This will be and I love this art. This art is so cute. I'll make sure this one looks okay. It does. Delete. I fucked this up. This is supposed to go here. And this one goes here. There's a truck outside my window. Stop! I don't appreciate it. Wait, I did this wrong. This one goes here, and then this one goes here. Navigation. Circles, squares. Oh, I didn't have. No. Actually, I should save this as a style. Add style. Reach my eyeballs, says my name. Wait, don't they go in through all of them and fix it? Yeah, the thickness more. Why is it so like? The guy talking like right out my window, and I don't appreciate it. This one doesn't have any. This one doesn't have any. Oh my god, if you could stop talking on my window, that'd be fucking great. Freaking me out because they sound like they're right next to me. Okay. Edit. Change. Oh, please. Illustration. Enter. Yeah. This one. That center. Thank you for the wellness check. Pretty so mild. Essential. Huh? Oh man. Squares. Yeah, I want it like that, but then this one will have none. Based on add. This one, add style. Single slideshow. Okay, there. It's not protruding into the art too much. Okay. Make me happy. Okay. Okay, Shoko Senpai Noni. Into Gallia. And it's got both images. Nope. This one. This one. This one. It should all be base slideshows. Okay. Change. I think that's next one is Tharea. Is the Tharea. That. Outfit ref 1. And outfit ref 2. This one. This should be the top though. Top. Top. This one. This cute little icon wag I am.
Icon.
I'm gonna put this one at the top. Tharea. Move. Oh. And this is Mootan. Which I adore them. Their art is really cool. And then Mootan. It was this one. I got this one first. This is Icon. And this one. Icon. Nope. Okay, and then we duplicate. I move these down 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. And some QR. Thank you. I'm updating my credits because I want to change it to be more like this format. Because I think that would just be better. And I think it would load easier because the images are a lot smaller, I think. So I think that just would be better for all the art. That's what I'm doing. And JJ. Juliet to Citrus. Yep, there you go. It was this one, except. Hell yeah, how you been? I've been pretty good. Today was a bit of a doozy, but we're doing okay. How are you doing? How are you doing? Except. I think this was also a Thiop. Center is fine. And upload. And then I got this one. Which is also a Thiop commission. And then let's do this as top as well. Yeah. Hey, same Pookie, day was shit lol, but I'm gonna go to sleep in a bit. Well, I hope you sleep super well. And I really appreciate you stopping by before you go to eat. It means a lot to me. I hope you know that. It means a lot to me. Oh, I didn't change this. Oh man, base. You're not base, cool. It means a lot to me. Late. I stopped by the homies, of course. That makes sense. Gotta kiss the homies goodnight. How it be? My brain's trying to think and it's dying. Wow, are those all the fan arts of your character? No, this is all the money I've spent. I've spent money on every single one of these. Did you animated emo? I did. Why didn't I just do a central one and then do all these? I think that's fine. Also, I luckily got myself more VGen comms, so if I'm lucky, I'll get verified soon. Fuck yeah! If you want, I have a VGen code. Helps you get verified faster. Where's the maincoow beholder? Oh shit, you so right. Can you send that to me? Can you send? Oh, post it. Wait. You could be the first one to post in here. Post it in art binder. Post it in the art binder. That way I can have all the fan arts. That one needs to go in the milk club. I don't put so what I do with fan art is I put it in the milk club. I put it in physically in the milk club. Does it? Huh? I didn't know that. Well, if I don't get it, I'll let you know. Yeah. You do let me know because I have like I think I have like 6 codes actually. 6. I don't know. I might have to move art. Because I like it when art goes in like a specific order. SCP, Find Us Alive, Hodgepodge Audio is one of the best SCP. Okay, hold on. Find Us Alive being about an SCP which is transferred to the pocket dimension and the fight. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Let me add this. Cancel. Oh my god, please. There you go. SCP podcast. Thank you. I enjoy that one. Hell yeah, I ain't gonna go black out, so have a great stream, homie. Have a great eep. Sleep well. Thank you so much for stopping by. These aren't base show either. I'm going to scream. Chibi. Wish I could duplicate these. Change. Mogu carrot. Where Mogu? Where's Mogu? Mogu. This one. Oh. Except if you put up. Except PB. This one. Oh. Change. This is now Noah. This one. Accept. Illustration. And this one, which is cheap. Oh, wait, not this one. Change. Part of me. It's in my reactives. Yeah, my keyboard real quick. No problem. Tower 4 by 7 Lamb is about a fire tower watchman slowly realizing that the forest isn't quite what it seems. Makes you feel like you are going insane with all the twists and ooh, that one sounds good. That one sounds good. I respect this. Respect this. What is it? Podcast about fire tower. Or I'll call it a fire watch. I know what that'll mean. Vex, you are feeding me good right now. Except there's my round little guy. Active. And I kind of want to add the chibi that also came from Noah. The one that goes with the Christmas one. Noah. Last night. They're famous now. What is fun? I'll never be able to commission them again, probably. Oh, they did one more thing. Do you have any other podcast estimates? Yeah, I think Vex is like gathering them all. I'll overlay. Soon. Let's do this one. Will that work? It will work. Center animation. I'll have this one go first. Yay! Over all the butterflies. And duplicate. Make this go down 3. 1, 2, 3. Not this far. I don't know if the one that I have here is gonna. End of All Hope by 7lam is about a group of survivors and a post-apocalyptic attempting to go from a conference in NYC all the way to California to find their. Oh, never. I have many. Cool. Much better. What's oh the new keyboard. About these are all podcasts. Hold on, there's some podcasts. Post-apocalypse survivors. I know I didn't spell it right, but that just leave me be. Firewatch Tower. Hold on. Oh, you already have hymns? Yeah! I have one of the split ones, but I use a normal keyboard at work all day and couldn't get used to the spacing. Luckily, my mother-in-law had one. Oh, that's nice. Podcast. No. I'm gonna make these smaller, else they're not all gonna fit. 6. Podcast suggestion: The Lucky Die. The Lucky Die. I like it. Oh, Arc is on this one. Okay, thank you. I really had to fix. Hold on, let me fix that in FontForge. Beep beep. Oh, good. This is the underline, low line. Where's underline? Where's underline? Soft hyphen. Love me. Hyphen minus. Underscore low line. It's this one. Why? I want to move this down. Let me move it. I'm like scrunching my face. Hunts. Baby. You. Uninstall. Video editing. Nope. Frame. My font. Versions. Font before. Install. Okay. And now we should be fixing here. I say as it's not. I'm crying internally. Did we said Dungeons and Daddies yet? What? Oh, I don't know if I'd be into that one. Story Season 2 is a couple trying to survive on a small Scottish island. They find a stone house. Ooh, Story Season 2. Story Season 2. Why is it so low? Gonna drive me nuts. Oh yeah! Second season, someone Lovecraftian. Ooh. Couple survives on Scottish Island. I like the sound of that one. Why is the underline not underlining? Underline to call Concord. It didn't change. Why didn't it work? What's happening? I'm upset. I know it's fine. It's fine. No, it's not. I'm too high. Made this font with units and permanent built in the grid snapping points, but the part of the problem is it's too small. Fonts, font info. Right, elements. Font info. General. Underline position. The Exploring Season is just such a good SCP general podcast. He's really good at adapting articles. Ooh, White Vault is a great. Ooh. I'm gonna shift to non-horror. Sounds good. Magnus Archives is another one that I do really want to listen to. Holy moly, I have not been on Twitch in years, but it made me so happy to still see you're streaming with such a dedication to what you do with such a... Aw, I seriously admire that. I'm not sure if you would even remember me from long ago. My out screen was QB. Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit, guys! We got an OGer in chat. We got an OGer in chat. Hoping to jump become part of the community you've called. Yes, welcome back. Oh my god, guys, we got an OG. We got an OG. QB used to be here when I was a Vroid model. When I used to have a 3D model and I was 3D back in the day, bro. When I literally first started, bro. Holy shit, dude, I've been wondering where you've been. When you disappeared, I was like, oh, man, I miss you. I hope you're doing okay. But welcome back. Oh my god. Oh my god, of course I remember. I literally remember everyone that comes in here. Because it means a lot to me. Wait, you possess... I did. Hold on. Let me show you. I used to possess a third dimension. I no longer do. Because at some point I'll make one for myself. Models. I think it's in here. An old... some on a moon barreling. Was it this one? No, it's not this one. Holy shit, where is it? Is it in my refs? Do I have a reference of it? Yes, I do. Here it is. This is one I used to. This was my very first iteration of me. This was Elaine 0.1. Elaine OG. This was what I had before any 2D concepts. This was my first iteration, which was based off of my Final Fantasy character. And last minute, I decided to add horns. So I've been a cow cat since day one.
Mom baby pics.
Oh my god, mom pictures. Yep, this was me from fucking how long ago? This is when I mainly streamed Final Fantasy. 2021. Ugh, Elaine escaped Ruby before it got canceled. Yeah, I did. I really like Ruby from Ruby. So that sounds, if you know, you know. But this outfit was based off of one I had in Final Fantasy 14 that I modded. And then, yeah. Yeah. It was great. This was when QB was in chat. This shit was crazy, dude. And I'm so happy to have you here again. Like, welcome back, my dude. Like, yeah, fuck yeah. I hope you're having a great time. Like, on God, love to have you back. Site 42 shit is peak, bet. Have you seen the stuff for the reboot? There's a reboot of Ruby, really? That's not what I expected after Rooster Teeth got canceled and then redone again. That's kind of crazy, on God. Okay, let me uninstall this one again. And let me reinstall it. But yeah, dude, so happy to have you back. I'm sorry that I took it, like kind of space it there, but like, yeah, no, it's so good to have you here. This is gonna piss me off. What do you mean? What do you mean? I think some other studio's taking over. I don't know how to feel about it, but that's very valid. I don't know how to check if this font is working or not. I think I have to go in Affinity. Oh my god. Oh my god. For all the headache that I have today, we get an OG to come back and say hello. Holy shit. Cute. Holy shit. Sorry, that like really took me aback. That's some awesome OG shit right there. Let me control underline it. Okay, I don't know. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm nitpicking too much. Okay, I forgot what I was doing, honest. Oh, I remember what I'm doing. Let me check my VGen requests. Let me make sure that I'm not... What is happening? What's happening? Yeah, see, you maybe missed a message. Wait, wrong thing. I just sent the payment looking for it to work. Feel free to message you. Sounds great. I'll do my best to have you a version 1 exported video by tomorrow. I'm not working on that right now. It's already 8 o'clock. Kiwi goddamn. Kiwi goddamn. Alright. I know what I'm doing. Stream, art of me. This person. This one. Accept. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Bottom. Center. Top left. Right. This one's hard to do. Can I actually let me crop it in half. Haha, thank you. I'm glad to see you're doing well. Won't be working for 2 years, but will be going to trade school. Ooh, so I'll have plenty of eating time to come and join the stream. Awesome. Yeah, that's no problem. I mean, like, we're just hanging out here. I have to research artists and how do you make money off it? Gooner shit. It's true. It's true. It's true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I can't blame you for that. I just didn't expect it. Add this one. But yeah, no, we've been here on the grind. You know, we've been recently doing this. It's almost been a year since we started doing this full time. Well, for full time, quote unquote. I'm doing it full time, but it's not like I'm getting paid to do this full time. But we're trying. We're trying. We're never not trying. Was there anything else on this? It was just the 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. I don't know if this link is correct anymore, but don't make me check. Don't make me check, please. Change. This one is of the one person that did the sketchies for me. This one I really liked. Add. I don't know why I didn't put these in a folder. This one. Accept. Doodle is also a doodle. Boop. And upload. Where's the last one? This one. Chibi. Okie dokie. Boop, 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 boop. Delete. Yep. Oh, no. 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 No, let me undo it. Damn, this should take forever to fix. Delete, no. Okay, this person goes here. This will be... My brain is forgetting. Is it in here? No, it's not in here. Where is it? Where is it? No, did I lose it? What the fuck? Okay, rental. Oh no, it's this one. Okay, there we go. Ooh. Accept. PB. Let's do top. And upload. This one, this one, this one, and PB top. This is, you know, each time, I'm gonna be honest, each time that I do this, I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna do this again. This is a lot of work. And then I do it again. And then I do it again. And I fucking cry because I decided to do it again. Okay, I'm feeling glad I don't think I have all these in this kind of PNG style, but that's okay. Let's do this one. This one? This one's not top. Are they all top now? Yeah. Get top. Okay. And we duplicate it again. We bring it down here. Yes. Should I have done it by 4? Nah, I kind of like 3. But enshrined should go up higher, shouldn't they? They were part of a thing. God damn it. Okay. Change. A, B, C, D, E. This one. This one. Accept. Edit. Wait, what? This one's style should be different. This one should be non-sustainable. And then this one goes here. It gets removed. This one gets removed.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Okay, I like it, Picasso. Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me. But hello. I feel like I should do this in order of the outfits that were designed for me. I think that would make the most sense. I don't know what makes sense anymore. My brain is kind of dying, I'm gonna be honest. Lawless, you can provide from law is lawless. Okay, let me get the other art in here and let's do Arundel. Change Arundel, this one. Except we'll do this one as the top. My brain is remembering how to do things. And then this one, I changed this one, and then 'twas the goal. You did a good job. What can I say? I did a good job. This is the first art I ever got of my character. And look how pale she is. Holy crap, that's a long delay. Oh, no, is it? I'm so sorry. It's probably because I fucked some stuff up earlier and I capped my GPU, so I apologize. But I appreciate your patience and I apologize for the inconvenience. This was here. I apologize if it deters you. We don't usually have a long delay here because I'm not doing anything that would have stream snipers, but you know. One of you sometimes. Oh my god, please. And if you're on mobile, it'll be worse. I'll just say that. If you're on mobile, it'll be like 10. Really? Yo, that baseball one is freaking awesome. Thank you. It was an old outfit that we got on our first live 2D model that I don't have now, but I hope to get in the future. This goes here. This goes here. I can just see the delay because I have an ad on Twitch. That's crazy. Testing 1, 2, 3. It could be on mobile. Mobile's and then it would go this one. It doesn't go below 30. Dog, if you want to buy me, I'm be real with you. You want to buy me better internet, please? I would be totally down for that. 7 seconds for me on PC. Damn. I'm on PC. I'm trying to refresh. Okay. If it's still a problem, I apologize. It could be something with the Twitch servers, and if it is, again, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is not correct. This needs to go up. Up, damn you, up. There you go. Testing, hello. This one goes here, this one goes here. This one goes here. Oh, switch. Nope. 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 No. No. Nope. 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 Okay. There we go. Well, this needs to go here. No! Okay, good. Poggin. I'm glad. Okay. I'm glad that it's different. I also, please, I apologize for my delay because of me, because I'm ooped. Thank you for the lurk. And I'll tell. That one's all good. This one, Taco Yui. Oh my god. Go up. This one. I don't want to switch these ones a little bit. Yeah. And then I might switch another one in a second. Is everything doing what I think I need it to do? What is this? Go away. No. Walking down the line, so to find me somewhere in my mind. Okay. This one can get removed. Okay, and a lot of the rest of this is like singular art, I believe. Yeah, and then I kind of did like chibi art. My brain is dying. Alright. I feel alive and I walk alone. O-M-N-O. This one. That. Icon. Add. Icon. Upload this one. Accept. And this one goes here. Oh, wait. This website's gonna make my dick fall off. Okay. Lol, the one with the big goldfish style eyes. What are you putting this together for? This is just a thank all my artists that I've got to commission and work with in the past years. Oh, that one stays. This one stays. This one stays. This one's good. This one's good. And then you go here, and then you go here, and then I remove. Is there two of you? No. Yeah, there's no. No. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Ozumi has two. I kind of want these to stay together. Those artists to stay together. Fuck, maybe I do want to do Flora Crossed. Okay, I'm doing Flora Crossed. Oh, Chad, why must... Oh, wait, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. I'm being silly. That wasn't so bad. I thought it was going to be a lot worse. I think I kind of like the circles. You can kind of see them. Oh, I just don't want it to get in the way of the art, I guess. Okay. And I want Ozu to go up here. Right? Have I had anyone else do a bunch of art for me? Kinda how I'm doing this. I think I'll do Ozu then next up here. Go up, go up, go up, go up. Up, 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 up. This one. Ozu. Up, 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 up. And then I can have this outfit go here. Yeah. This go here, this go here. You'll ever look at your mic and go, what the fuck was I thinking? All the time. All the time. That's why that's why sometimes I have to build new places. Yeah, I want these four to stay together. I have to add one more to this. Add, okay. Okay. We just gotta keep scooting things up at this point. I want Juliet to be with the other ones though. Yeah, I do. Okay, Juliet can stay here. Add this one. Move this here, 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 this here. You go down, you go down, you go here. Add. Why aren't you going in there? Go in there. Yay! And then this one's gonna come up. Okay. And then duplicate. Boop. Single. This one. Illustration. Edit. Change. This one. Is this what I want? I guess so. They did multiple versions of it. Or, I think I'm thinking a little bit incorrectly. Slideshow. Complete. Single. I think I'm getting just a little bit confused. No. Yeah, that one's fine. Where's Tice's art? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Okay, then we'll do this one, this one, this one. Oh. Oh. No. No. Okay, here we go. No, why would you go with the thing? Go with the go with there. Thank you. And then delete. No. And then take this one and duplicate this guy. And then move this guy up here. And then just in case Twitch gets mad at me for being on this frame for too long, because they are a bit spicier images. I tuned back in from work and all I could think, I'm sorry, hon, were you thirsty? Did you It's valid. I want what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I want what I really, really want. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna really, really, really wanna zig. My teacher, my taste. Art, yes, art. Accept. I want this one to be the top. Same with this one. No, center's fine. Okay. What you want? What you really, really want? I wanna really, really, really wanna zig. I love you with my friends. Color sketch. Easy, that's the way it is. You know how I feel. Are you for real? What I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna really, really, really wanna zig. Ah. Oh. Oh, I didn't do that one. Okay, I gotta scoot things down one. Oh. I'll switch these two. No! Oh, get in there. Alright, and then this down here. And then oh, it's a single one. Where is it? I'm blowing my screen now. Oh, goddess. Too large. The fuck you mean, dude? I didn't account for this. Cancel. Where is it? Give me. Up. Going up. No, I don't want to do it like this. So I'm just gonna. Illustration. Why does this thing convert to JPEGs by any chance? It does. JPEG change. Download select folder. Please make this smaller. Make by 50% start. So I can remove. Change. Are you done yet? It is 40% done. Cancel. This is it's illustration. Okay. Wait for making our. Go here. And then update. Change. Where is the sheep puppy art? I think it's just this one. And show single. I forgot. Cancel. It's the one by Arc. That would be this one. Alright, now this one's changed. Change. Hopefully it's small. Hi, Womble! How you doing? Where the fuck did it go? What do you mean? It says it's a download. What do you mean? What do you mean? Where are you? Is it because it's a MPEG? Ah, there we go. There we go. And what about center? Yeah, I like center. Yeah, okay. Doing good. How be ye? I'm pretty okay. I'm just updating. I'm updating my art credits because I want to, and I think the way I did it before, it was just a bit too much. If that makes sense. Like there was too many things on the screen, so it's like imploding my computer a little bit, or imploding the website a little bit. Art of me. You should one of the singular ones that I have just around here somewhere. No, it's right here. Headshot. Ooh, so much good art. Yes, when I had a bunch of disposable income, I was getting a commission like once a week. You know me, just spending all my money. I was a big spender back in the day before I lost my job. I forgot what the fuck I was looking for. No, can't change. Oh, it's this one. It's Dainty Dolls. Okay. And I always kept track of who I commissioned. The baby C D D D D D D D D. Oh no, this is a singular image. And then we don't need this anymore. Nope. Duplicate. Okay, I did do that. Woo! This is a lot of work. This is so much work. The change. This is TT stuff. TT's done 2 things for me, actually, I think. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It was here like 2 seconds ago. Oh no, I have a folder for TT, don't I? Yeah, I do. Single, edit, change. Where is it? Where is it? I put in my skeb folder. Because I thought I would get more skebs at the time. And then I never did. Oh, I have 2 skebs. I'm a liar. I got 2 skebs and that was it. Where? Here it is. Saved. I'm a liar. I got 2. There you go. And then upload, change. Let's echo. Animated. And then Duplicate. And this one I got from Uwario, which was cool. It was cute. I learned far too late what skeb means, missed the whole wave that was a trend. I mean, people still do it. It's just hard because, like, sometimes I want to communicate different things. And I get afeared of being like, oh, I tell this person one thing, and then I hope to God they draw what I want kind of thing. Where I'd rather pay someone the same exact amount of money for maybe less, but at least I can make sure that I communicated what I wanted, you know? That's like my only thing with it. Duplicate. Put this below. What art was here? There was an art piece that was there, and I don't remember what. Oops. Yeah, it's a lot of trust to put. Yeah, because like after I trust the artist, like you can, like, for example, for Hell, who's done a lot of my art, like I'll give her a ref and then my person, and I already like the way, like, no matter what it is, I like how they draw me because we've communicated so much that it's kind of like, you already know, like, they already know what's up, so I'm like not worried about having to communicate too much. I just give you money and then it comes back and we're pogging, and no worries, no harm, no foul. But with some people, like with people I don't know that with, like, I would prefer not to do that, because then I get worried about whether it's gonna go through or not. And it's not that I don't trust artists, it's just like I don't want to waste anybody's time, you know? I don't want to be like, yeah, do this for me and then do this for me and then do this. No, I just want to be clear as much as I can, and then call it a day, and we can all move on. That's what I want, because I'd feel bad otherwise. Because then it's like, I don't know, because not a lot of artists aren't hourly, you know, so it's kind of like, I don't want you to be working on this thing for 20 years. Just because we have a communication. Ugh. We have a communication error. Where is it? The granite gray one. It's too big. Our function. Where is it? Get it. Have I been doing these correctly though? No. Illustration. Personally, I prefer when clients have a direction they want to convey. Sometimes it can add a bit of stress as they say do what you want. That's valid. Oh wait, I did this wrong. I'm just gonna a lot of times, so my main thing is I will give you pose, mood, outfit, unless I forget because I'm a silly Billy, and then outfit if I'm silly, mood, pose, and like reference, like a pretty damn close reference of what I want is my bare minimum. That is my bare minimum for stuff. Oh, I did have one. Huh. Okay, well, I have to go back now. Where's your drawing from? So, I just realized another sexy drawing I could put up. Oh, this one. Bust. That's way more than I usually get from people. Really? I apologize. It's just because I guess it's because like I have been on the other end, right? Where it's like I understand how frustrating that shit can be. So I hold no bars of like being like, oh well, I get that that shit sucks, man. So I'll try to be as clear as I can be. I don't know why I did this, because I'm just gonna move it somewhere else and re-upload it even. Is this done yet? Why aren't you done compressing? What's happening? I have so much art. My head's about to implode. Okay. Probably the god I get all the art then I want to put it in here. I think everything else is like in here. Those usual folder, cynical. Cynical's done like 2 things for me. It's like these 2. Let's go in the cynical folder. What do you mean? Yes. Oh. Grumpy cynical. Okay. Go back up. Go for you. Why is this not done yet? Is there a function? Okay, now it's done. Did I not click start? Oh. That's my bad then. Ooh, that's it. I think this is also giving me a slight headache because I'm essentially making a portfolio for all the artists that I've worked with. And not that I mind. I mean, I want to show off the art that they've done for me. But also, I gotta stop redoing this. I've also gotta stop redoing this because I've redone this like 5 times now, and I don't want to do it anymore. I have a regular client I do work with, or who will just say stuff like, "I need me dressed as blank." That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, I think the bare minimum. Hold on, let me look at Tell's and I's messages. Tell. Yeah, so yeah, I think the last one I did had maybe the least amount of information. So it was, let me see, I scrolled up. So I gave them this, and I was like, I want essentially exactly this. The sleepy vibes, the cat, you don't need the switch and stuff. And then I was like, but could it be of this? This is the exact background, and if they needed me to zoom out so that they could get a more proper referencing, like that's fine because I 3D modeled it so they could just draw over it. And then they gave me this, and I was like, this is perfect. Pog, good day. No, like that was it. And I am very happy with it. I even animated it so you know I like it. My brain's gonna explode. Wow. Oh my god, go away. It does look better with this container in the middle though, I will say, but I'm not gonna have it because I could just edit the containers, I guess. That's so much. You're like a dream client. I think, again, I mean, that means a lot. Thank you for the head pats. I think it's a lot just because, like, I've been there. I get it. And I think that's why I do that. Don't worry, Womble. I'm gonna save up. I want a birdable. I want one of your birdable cards. So don't you worry. I will save up and I will get there eventually. I forgot what image I'm putting in. It's the Paydaroo. Where's my Paydaroo? Oh my god, hi Gob! Wait. Oh my god, guys, we have 2 famous people in my chat. Guys, no mean to alarm you, but like, sorry, I'm still not used to this. 2 famous people in the chat, at least. We have Womble and Gob. Hello, I hope so. I want to draw you sometime. Fuck yeah, dude. Also, Gob, love the video of the lizard. I want you to make me one. I want to be a lizard. How do I become a lizard? Let's talk. But hello. No, how are you? I'm good. I'm reorganizing my credits for my art. But yeah, no, I'm saving up Womble. You just DM me how much it is so that way I can save up. DM me how much it would be to get a birdable. I want to be one of your cards. Also, there's so many cool artists here. Hello, I'll make you a lizard. I want to be a lizard so bad. Please, I have to expand my ever-arcing category of animals that I can be. I need to be a lizard. You don't... It's like 50 euro right now. Okay, I have to write that down. I also want to forget. I don't have like a notes. I don't have like a general notes. Cowzard. I would literally be like, cow. I want to be a lizard so bad. I'll send you the link. Thank you. Lizard click. What is this? What is this? What is this? Wait, fuck. Wait, hold on. Fuck. Lizard. Dude, they probably got so many like people like interested in that movie just solely because of that. I swear to God. You are amazing, Wumble. Thank you. What's here? I delete this. No. Delete. I swear to God. I don't want to do this anymore, but I got it. I'm almost done. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 more rows to do. Have I maybe gotten lazy a little bit with the making sure that these are named correctly? Maybe. Oh, I like Love. Love's so cute. Bust. Okay, I've done pretty good though. Maincoow has been showing me your TikToks daily. Heiko, yep. Every day. Names are a social construct anyway. So true. So true. Fuck names. Fever, love struck girl, I think. Damn, the audio wasn't captured? Shit. Hold on, I'll do it again. Hold on. Just wait, I'll do it again. Ooh, close. I'll even raise it up. Hold on, wait.
Lizard. I
didn't know I could spam it. I'm sorry. I didn't know I could spam it. My bad. I didn't know I could spam it. Advanced properties. Okay. Lizard. The next one is of So Young, which I think I have a specific folder for him.
Accept.
Like the sweet love struck girl, please her, and never be her. First time you and only son. I don't know if this is appropriate for Twitch. I'm just gonna put my screen real quick. I think when it's small, it doesn't matter as much, but when it's big on the screen, it might matter just a little bit. Just a little bit. This one, except this fever, love struck girl, I tease her, I never leave her. I have two. Chibi. Thank you, Kiwi. You know you gonna be seeing that in the Twitch Club clips. That's for sure. Alright, where's the other one? Where's the other one? I have that one, I have this one. Oh, I should do the another script is Lizard. Is Lizard? Are you saying another script is done? Finish another script. You can't delete. Doing slideshows is actually a lot better, I think. Lizard. Lizard. Yes, okay. Thank you, Kiwi. I will look at it in 10 seconds. I kind of want to make this one the top. 1P. PB. Delete. Wipe ask for ice cream, BRB, no problem. Won't be here. Upload, change. Is this also a singular one? I don't remember. I don't think it is. A, B, C, D. Ooh, it is. I want ice cream. Do you have a favorite kind of ice cream? If so, what's your favorite kind of ice cream? I'm curious. And there it is. No. Vanilla, yes, I will. No, vanilla is actually really good, on God, because it's so versatile. You can have it with brownies, cookies, pies. In my opinion, it's the most, because chocolate, you can't have a chocolate. You could, but you should. Like you could have chocolate ice cream with a chocolate brownie, but I feel like that's a lot of chocolate. So I feel like what would be better is chocolate, I think I only have one of this. Is vanilla ice cream with something chocolate, right? Because I feel like it's just too much. Vanilla's category the best flavor, that's why it's a standard. That's valid. I honestly like it's the most versatile. You can have it with a lot of things. Like lava cake, chocolate lava cake, you know, you wouldn't want to have chocolate ice cream with chocolate lava cake, which you could, but I wouldn't recommend because it's a lot of chocolate. It'd just be an overload of chocolate. Not that I'm judging, again, if that's what you want to do, but again, it's just a lot of it's a flavor overload in my opinion. So it's like Oops. Delete style. Single. There we go. Change to, where is it? Where is the singular chibi? This one. Accept. I want this to be the top. No, center's fine. Delete. Ah! I have been thrown. Why'd you throw me? Why? I've done nothing. Nothing to deserve such heresy. Left? Yay. Oh my god, because you're smelly? I'm not smelly, I took a shower! No, I took a shower. I promise I took a shower. I promise I did. Icon. Where's the other one? This one. Boop, boop. Don't sniff me. No, please. I did have some anxiety today because of insurance, but please, it might be anxiety sweat. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. I promise. A shower and sweat? No, it wasn't a shower and sweat. No. This one was actually made by Sadbot. So this actually means to be base slideshow. I remember this one was made by Sadbot. Where is it? Is it in my reactives? Yes, it is. Okay, there we go. Push. It's in capitals. I don't want it to be in capitals. I'm back. Welcome back. I haven't read the script yet. I'm still doing this. I promise to read the script before or after I get this done. Not before I get it done, but after I get it done. I'm almost done though. I promise. This is incorrect. Wow. Okay. Hi, back. It should be. Goofball. Oh my god. I just want to say, if GAWD actually makes me a lizard, I think I might cry. I might ugly cry for like 10 hours. Take your time admiring the art. Cool. This is all the art that I've ever gotten so far. Dad? This one, except chibi. Everything I've gotten from Yobi is like a chibi. I have one more. It's this one. The other ones are referenced in the panel icons because I did have them as panel icons for a while. Chibi. Oh, why is it? It's oh, okay. Thank God. It was just because it wasn't centered. Okay, this one's good and this one's good. These two, delete. Wow, I miscredited things. I apologize. Please don't cancel me, please. I didn't mean for this to happen. Change. Part of me. It's at the bottom. I saw it like 10 times. Blush. This is singular. Oh, this needs to go here. But no. Okay, this has gotta go up. No, please! I fixed it! I fixed it! I promise! I fixed it! I promise! Change. Where is it? It's in my reactives. Cancel! No! God dang it. God dang it, guys. God dang it. Please. Please. Active. I fixed it. I fixed it. You cannot be. Please don't be mad. I fixed it. I promise. This one's actually really cute. I should use this one more often. I have so much art. SMH. Edit. I forgot. Change. It's another reactive. Give. Now you gotta pivot and hate on every game that comes out. Hating's just not my thing, though. Hating's just not my thing, though. I don't know why. Why did I do it like that? Why is that different? You'll be. Oh, my brain. Oh, God, please change. Or my hamster. I have a hamster. Or my hamster art of me. Where is it? I haven't done Crocus yet either. Oh, here it is. It's in Gore's folder. Bounce give hamster. Hamster PNG exit. Hamster. And then Gore also gave me a version of So Young themselves. I should probably try to sleep. Yeah, if you're getting tired, definitely get some rest. You know, we'll be here all the time, every day. You know? There's no sweat. I appreciate you being here and hanging. My cat scared the shit out of me. I just noticed the accidental theme with VTubers this week. I somehow got raccoons roped into. Yeah, have good working times. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. Have wonderful eve. Good night. I adore ya. Keep well. Is there any more art from Gore that I'm forgetting to put in here? Feel like it is a yes. The fetal Elaine isn't in here. Well, good night, Wombo. Sleep well. Sleep well. This is technically different because this was an art tree, but you know, it still counts in my mind. Oh, I have to duplicate this one. Okay, this goes here. Night, 4 head kisses for all. Yippee! Oh my god, this is a really nice day today, guys. God damn, I'm getting 4 head kisses and everything. Oh my god. Okay, I might have to scoot someone down because I want a sexy art to go with the sexy art. The sexy art. My hand smells like garlic. I am meat and therefore can be seasoned. Sounds delicious. Okay, I'm just gonna scoot this one down. Go here. Oh my god, please. Delete. And delete. And this one goes here. And then we're gonna have this one go here. I'm just random. To be honest, this is very just random. I don't have any rhyme or reason to why I'm doing this in the way that I'm doing it. It's just going. I don't want this to be like this. On top. I don't move. I don't know which one to move. I'll move this one down here. And then I'll move. I like these being together though. Woo! Okay, I'm gonna move this one like this. Go up, go up, go up. Okay. That one, then this one. This one will go here. And then I'm gonna... Oh my god. No. Get quoted, ho. Affectionate. Fuck yeah. We're here for it. Okay, illustration, upload, change. I have to hide my screen for this one. Stream, part of me. If you like meat, you should see my Minecraft base. Wow, that sounds creepy. Oh. It's okay. Sachiko. Sachiko. I will look at that in a second. Done. Sachiko. Nart. Okay. 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 We're good now. All right. What's happening? This one's all good. Cupid's mids. 9 color. We'll do 9 color here. Change. Because that was the original version of So Young. I'm gonna go bed because I have an AC repair ride coming tomorrow. Good night, Bonk. I'm ready. Give me the good night, Bonk. I'm ready. Give me the good night, Bonk. Thank you. Sleep well. Sleep well. Change. I forgot what I'm changing this to again. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, it's the nary one change. This is a reactive. Where is it? Accept. Single. Oh, right, this is a reactive. Alignment center. And then upload change. This one, accept. Enter reactive. Oh man. Delete. Add. This one. Reactive. Part of me. I have a this one. Bitch. I'm gonna do the reactive first because I really like the reactive, and then those ones, and then I have another reactive that's of Chikawami reactives. Chikawa. I think that's everything. Go to my reactives again because I think they made me quite a few reactives. Yep, and I'm gonna go back and go to Choco's stuff and add in all the D&D stuff she's done for me. We have to do image use too. Okay. Delete. No. Add. This is a banner. Change. Stream. Art of me. Image. This one. Accept. Oh, it looks so nice. I think I have, yeah, and then I have Basil's as well. Is there anything else that I am forgetting? Nope, 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 nope. Oh, Crocus. I forgot Crocus's stuff. Accept, and then change Basil as well. I think that's everyone, though. Each one. And I had the chibis too. Chibi too. Don't want to show off. Okay. This centered. Let's do, yeah. And then this one will be single. And this is Crocus. I'm gonna switch these because these happened technically in a very different order, but you know. No, go in here. And this is image. And then this one is Basil. Okay, Crocus. I don't know if their name is still Crocus on here though. I think they're on Blue Sky now. This version. And then image is on Blue Sky, so I'm gonna encourage Blue Sky people. Purge the Blue Sky links. And then I believe Basil's also on Blue Sky. Not that Basil, different Basil. I don't remember. Oh, it's basilistic. There's a one stick Blue Sky. Follow. Close. Done. Okay, that should be everything so far. Vibe and Shine has been reviewed and approved. Poggin. Thank you. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then, like, this is all pretty good, I think. Where's my credits? Settings. Delete it. Which element is unfinished? This one? Oh. Like, oh, I forgot I had this stuff to Choco stuff too. How would you rate Card versus a personal website? Card is pretty good. It takes a lot of tinkering sometimes, but personal websites are better because technically you could do whatever you want with them. But I like Card. I don't know a lot of programming, so I feel like Card personally for me is the best. That makes sense. Ooh. Cool. I'm gonna also add Dream, Dungeons and Dragons, this one. Father provides a way so long. Oh. I have any other ones? I don't think so. Oh, Farthel, Ponto, Walking Saloons. Yeah, cool. I think it'd be good for a catalog, like here, everything's like, yeah. Yeah, I like it to have like a catalog of stuff. Bonus for when I commission art, yeah, and then you can have a catalog there as well, and you can do like a very similar layout. Okay. Oh god. That took like all my brain power. I passed. I would see that. I was wondering if I really. Let me look at my PayPal. I have to tell something to our client. Oh my god, it's so bright. PayPal needs a dark mode. I don't know. Did we ever read my short on? Oh, we didn't. We didn't. Can we save it for tomorrow? I'm sorry. I don't mean to wait too long on it. Do it whenever you need to, boo. Thank you. Just remind me tomorrow and I'll do it. Okay. I was suited to lol fuck. Yeah, that's great to hear. Okay. I gotta close stuff. Okay. Where does okay. I like how that I have a thing that I want to edit on my website and that was not the main one. Oh gosh, what is this? Oh, I made it into a mob. Oops. Our timer. Fetus me video answer can be deleted. This can be deleted. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Alright. Let me look at stuff. I've been shine. Comments. Small edit of the first sentence sounds good. Just added a sentence. Pog. Thank you. Okay. Did you know? Clip of a raccoon. Yeah. Clip of a raccoon. One Yami's clip of an evil raccoon. Okay. Sounds good. This one's good. Okay. Attention, Earthlings! The captain has arrived to take you on an out-of-this-world adventure. Pack your bags because tickets are optional. Captain Pengy isn't just an alien who will show you colors you could never dream of. Captain Pengy isn't just an alien who will show you colors you've never dreamed of. They master breathing life into the page between their fun expressions and dynamic approach. Every character they draw feels like they could explore a galaxy all of their own. I especially love the curves that could warp time and space. On board the starship, you're in for fun time spanning light years. Hang out with the crew and captain during the FTL voyage to chat the time away as galaxies pass you by. Maybe join the expedition to visit an alien world full of war games, zombies, and ancient-like god beings. No, I read that wrong. Of course, we can't forget to record our journey for when we return, and what a better way than drawing some chill music. Since we don't have sci-fi technology to beam them directly into your head, make sure to follow them on Twitter and Twitch or join their Discord community. I like it. I think I need to get a Discord icon. But other than that, I like it a lot. This is Goob. I think I need to get a Discord icon. Resources, social icons. I have a Discord one. Never mind. I'm gonna find their pronouns, so I played it safe. Yes, 100%. If we cannot find their pronouns, we use they them. And I understand that can be kind of unfair for people who are non-binary, but I think it's a better case than going she, her, and assuming. So, good job. Good job. I should get some of Pengy's art, though. Speaking of, let me grab some of Pengy's art. Pengy. Oh, I have to show this. Oh, God. Wait, I have to go from... Oh, this is so cute. I can't take this, can I? Or I can't borrow it, can I? No, I cannot. Pengy! Yeah, Pengy! Where can I find your work, Pengy? Oh, this one. Video editing. I need art examples because we talk about it. Where? Give me. Pinky! Oh, this one's cute. Is this because this is not her art account? I don't know. Pinky! Pinky! I need art! Pinky! Pinky! I will scroll if I must. Oh, this is just images of the VTubers. I don't want to listen to this right now. It's too violent for my brain. Okay, well, yes, but my brain is a little too... Okay. Is this their art? Oh, I see. Kiwi, how the fuck did you get that picture? Most non-binary people I know prefer to be the default. Yeah. Yeah. How did you get that image? I did it as a save as on VGen. But it saves out of HTML. Did it save as an HTML for you? Is it an HTML? It's a WebP. It's downloading it as a... I downloaded the whole portfolio? What do you mean you downloaded the whole portfolio? How the fuck did you do that? Can you send me some of your favorites if you still have it? If not, I can figure it out. I have to go to the bathroom again. Thank you for the also file converters. That's true. That's true. Okay. I might have to go to the bathroom in a second. Trying to make sure I didn't forget anyone. I will just remember. I'll just remember. It's gonna be in the back of my mind because I think of Womble often. So, my brain is like confused. I feel like I'm forgetting to do something and it's confusing me, I'm gonna be honest. No, I think we're good. What's my wife doing? You refresh? Refresh? Oh, she's playing 7 Days to Die, that's cool. What Dear Parson doing? They are not streaming anymore. Something like save. Yeah, I could save. I mean, I wasn't doing a lot of like work in that moment, but hi Cole, how you doing? I think I need to go to the bathroom and then I'm gonna start recording stuff. I think is the plan. Cause I have like 50 things in my brain, but like they're all like I'm waiting for something. Like for the Ursia video edit, I need to render it. I need to wait until I have my introductory meeting with the company. Go get to the little box. Okay, tab, go. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Holy fuck, fresh garlic is better. Okay, hold on. I gotta download things for the V highlight video. I have to sneeze too. Ah, Jesus Christ. Sorry.
Mom, I pissed your pants.
Why'd you piss my pants? Why my pants? I don't wear pants. Is that why you piss in my pants? Because I don't wear pants? Thank you. Thank you, Dex. Okay. Yeah, I know. Easiest way to fix to create a hat accent that moves like my model does. Okay. I also have to fix something on the thing I have. There we go. Here we go. Oh, go. That's not what I wanted to click. Oh, recent. I gotta go to this guy. Oh, I already asked. Okay, never mind. Stay true, one of Pinky's posts. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Maybe. Okay, I gotta start recording stuff. I think we'll start with Vibe and Shine and then go down. I want to do a really good job of like making sure that like why aren't you in uniform? I don't remember. Haha, I got it first try. Okay, but you gotta disappear now because I gotta record stuff. Dude, that one is the cover. Top mouse recording this one. My whole get's gone. Okay. Do this one. You said I was gonna start with Vibe and China, and I already set up this model, so I guess I also do the other one first, which is fine. Roll for fun. Let's do hair, bangs, and then glasses. And then you're gonna come over here, and you're gonna go to Sling Collection, and we're gonna go to Recording Studio, and we're gonna go Profile Recording Studio. I think. Okay. I want the lowest one to be where my face room is. Okay. Let's do it. I'm the better, and I've been entrusted with a sacred mission. After almost 20 years, it's time to pick up your trusty bat one more time. In a world full of ghosts and nothing but a cryptic cat as your guide, known only as the Judge, you are humanity's last hope to purify these specters, now on Steam. Thank you. Ooh. I remember watching Markiplier play. Oh, wait, I'm gonna do. I remember watching Markiplier play this back in 2014 when an officially sanctioned fan translation was released, and I was obsessed. I can't be the only one who remembers stepping up to the plate to this. Oh, wait. I can't be the only one who remembers stepping up to the plate to this. Released yesterday. That's right. Hold on. I actually don't know if this is correct. Release is August 15th. Okay, actually it's released today. Released today. Released today, that's right, August 15th. You can pick up this game right now on Steam and relive those nostalgic memories and face the new world that Off has to offer. I didn't mean for that to be a pun, but it was. I got dinner. Mmm. 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 Why is the lighting bad? Be bad, lighting be good. There you go. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, this is good. This tastes really good. Pixels cooked us. I forget what it's called. Pixels made bulgogi with my mom's sauce, and it's really fucking good. Resources. No, for fun. The Vinky. I'll go into the Vinky. I'm gonna take this to my mom. Oh, where's my mama? Where's my mama? Hey, Mom. Bulgogi with the sauce. Pictures. This one. Yeah. I just want to eat a little bit more. This tastes really good. I don't want to eat it when it's cold. Oop. My clips. Links. Apply. Okay, let's just trim this up. I don't like this hesitation. The hesitation sounded more like I don't know what I'm reading versus like actual like spacing. Okay. Boop. 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 This one, this one, this one, this one. I don't like how chunky this is. And I'd have like a second, a little bit of it, like a little, like a second, like. And then this, and then this. Yeah, this was incorrect, and then I had to read. How's the food? Good, really good. Do you like it? I mean, I like it. Do you like it? Hope you like it. It's good. Okay, I'm glad you like it too. I think the sauce makes it taste really good. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Great, that's good. I'll turn this off. And then I'm just gonna do the timeline. AI tools, create subtitles from audio, singular. Oh yeah, I gotta eat it, that is, please. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Oh my gosh. In. Vectors over 1, exclamation point. No. No. Now on Steam. Exclamation point. Okay, I'm just gonna put that there. Released and This. Off OST. Release today. That's right. Right. August 15th. You can pick that MOUF has to offer. Yeah, it's fucking delicious. We saw how good that beef looked before the marinade. So good. I'm glad. I'm glad that I saw my mom made you like it. Mm-hmm. Hi, what's up? Like, I want to try like this. I want to try this new center location. Oops. Too tall. Okay. 0.92. I have to write this down. Bottom focus. Oops. 13 negative 309. Yeah, marinade is good. May I ask something? It's a big. Yeah, what's up? Were you recording? Is that why you are in the middle? Yeah, I'm still recording. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet, so I'm gonna be in the middle. Oh no, are you okay? Are you bleeding? But a bad day that some polysporin on it. Even that bad. Alright, so. Okay. Now we're gonna do V highlight. Which I will just put my hair back down. And I'm going to switch these. It stopped bleeding. Oh, I'm so glad. That shit sucks. I've never done that before, but I'm sure it fucking sucks. I don't like it when I cut my nails too short, because that shit fucking starts hurting. Okay. Start recording. Got a cotton ball toe now? Valid. Okay. Attention Earthlings, the captain has arrived to take you on an out-of-this-world adventure. Pack your bags because tickets are optional. Captain Pengy isn't just an alien who will show you colors you could never dream of. They're a master of breathing life into page. Between their fun expression and dynamic poses, every character they draw feels like they could explore a galaxy all their own. I especially love the curves that could wrap around time and space. On board the On board their starship, you're in for fun times spanning light years. Hang out with the crew and captain during the FTL voyage to chat the time away as galaxies pass you by. Maybe join the expedition team to visit alien worlds full of war games, zombies, and ancient godlike beings. Of course, we can't forget to record our journey for when we return, and what a better way than drawing some chill. Of course, we can't forget to record our journey for when we return, and what a better way than to draw to some chill music. Of course, we can't forget to record our journey for when... Of course, we can't forget to record our journey for when we return, and what a better way than drawing to some chill music. Since we don't have sci-fi technology to beam them directly into your head, make sure to follow them on Twitter and Twitch, or join their Discord community. Okay, there we go. Save. Highlight. File, save project as. Hangy. Okay. Re-highlight. Thingy, this one, video segments. This one goes here. Link clips, go to the top. Link clips, apply, remove, scoot over. Boop, boop, boop. Ooh. 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 I'm presuming it starts here, but wait, no, maybe I did do this right. This is the part that I do. It's this one. Now we got the fabulous. This one gets scooted over here. Okay. Save. This gets scooted. This gets scooted. Well, this gets scooted. Save. This guy. Timeline. Create subtitles. Create. Now we wait for that. And then the highlight will be done. And next we'll do Did You Know? And then we'll do Vibe and Shine. And hopefully by the time that's done, our last thing is done. And then we can be good. We can be good for the night. Oops. Earthlings. The chickens. It's tickets. Nope. Tickets. I spelled tickets wrong. Tickets are optional. Let me go back really quick. Boop, boop. I was giving my writer friend a quick critique, but Roshan's research is coming along pretty smoothly. Pog. No problem. That's why I'm also doing the AI things to give you a little bit more time. Captain. Captain. That. Okay. Oh. Engie. Uses a galaxy all their own. And then this goes here. Oh, here. And then here. I especially I'm in space. E exclamation mark. Years. Okay. Oop. I want this to be an exclamation point. No. Oop. No. Give me zombie and beings. Exclamation point. Trim. Scoop like one frame. Then we can trim. And what? And oops. And what? And what? Hence we into your into your make her do Alright, the second one is prepared. The highlight is now done. Now I will do Did You Know? Let's do glasses, but we're going to do hair with pigtails. Alright. I'm the trash man. I come out and I start eating all the garbage. That's what people want. But do raccoons? Trash pandas are cleaner than you might think. Look at this little guy who definitely washes his rice. Aw, his poor cotton candy. These cuddly criminals don't just clean their food. The water helps their super sensitive These cuddly criminals don't just clean their food. The water helps their super sensitive fingies learn more about the food. That's how they get their name from the German wash bear. Oh, Algonquian? That's how they got their name, from the German wash bear to the Algonquian scratches with its hands. I want to give them all the scritches. Even President Coolidge thought this Thanksgiving dinner. Even President Coolidge thought his Thanksgiving dinner was so cute. He took her off the menu and named her Rebecca. Look at that regal first raccoon, and she's smarter than a dog too. In fact, scientists stopped using them for animal IQ testing because they kept breaking out. I think they wanted to join the others at the Kennedy Space Center. They longed for the stars, just like their Marvel hero. If your DM asks you for an I ain't fixing it, Vex. You okay, baby? If your DM asks you for an intelligence test, remember that if a raccoon can get away with it, so can you. Be feral, but be kind. I'm gonna do that one more time. Be feral, but be kind. Okay. I am allotted 2 errors. I'm allotted 2 errors per video, I think. I mean, it's a little rage baity, but it could be worse, you know? Is this 10? This is 10, right? This is 10. This is 10. 10.
I'm not fixing it if you can't make me.
Okay, but I will call you out on it. I would hope for nothing less. I hope, you know what, Vexed? I hope that comment section is angry at me about it, and then you can be the one that be like, I was there when she was recording it, and I told her how to say it right, and she wouldn't listen. That's what I hope. That's what I hope. For the both of us. Oh, the template, okay. Let's try. Rage baiting for engagement. Yep. Yup, that's minor spelling mistake. Listen, it could be worse. The thing I rage bait for could be worse. And to be fair, me mispronouncing words is just on brand if you think about it. You know? Range before twitching tabs. What? Damn, that's unfortunate. I've confused myself. I've cast confusion and it is very effective. Write myself to a free range organic word. Sounds good. No AI. Sounds good, Kiwi. You're head of the word department, so whatever you want. Sounds good to me. Let us go. Do food guesser? We can still do food guesser. Hold on. Let me just do this. Hold on. And then down here that I do it right. And then this one goes all the way over here, and then this goes here, and then scoots here, and then goes here, and then nope. Okay, this one goes all the way here. And this one goes here. Alright. Okay, I have to look at it again in a second because I'm gonna have to do the subtitles. So let me do GeoGuessr, or the food guesser, not GeoGuessr. I'm bad at GeoGuessr. Okay. That looks like seaweed. Beef bone, oh, okay. Beef bone, water, salt, and optionally vegetables. This dish is a concentrated, dehydrated broth made from meat stock that has been simmered for long hours, strained, then reduced until it solidifies into a gelatinous form. It can be cut into pieces for convenience and transport. When rehydrated with hot water, it provides a quick, nourishing soup known for its long shelf life, a dish that was popular amongst travelers. I feel like Alaska. Does Alaska count? No? Beef bone broth? Travelers? A lot of traveling? China. I guess. Cold fuck. Europe? The UK? Oh shit, it was the UK. Portable soup. Makes sense. Makes sense. What is this? Sago flour, water, and spices. This feels Asian. This dish is a traditional food made from sago starch, characterized by its sticky glue-like texture. It's often served as a staple carbohydrate component in meals, typically accompanied by savory fish dishes and spicy condiments. Its mild flavor serves as a neutral base, making it a perfect complement to the richness and spice of the accompanying dishes. The dish is typically consumed using bamboo or wooden utensils. I finished. I eat. I'm so proud of you. You did a good job today. Did you have fun playing 7 Days to Die? I think that's what you were playing at the end. I think I also saw you playing Supermarket Simulator. I'm gonna say Thailand. Cool. Vietnam. Oh, I can't spell. Papa Day. Thank you for the love. Yeah, it was Supermarket then 7 Days to Die. Understandable. Understandable. Did I do Thailand? I did Philippines. Indonesia? Oh, it was Indonesia. Fuck yeah. I'm getting better at this, I think. Fuck, there's so many that on that border. I figured it out. Sweetened condensed milk, butter, plain biscuits, unsweetened cocoa powder, sugar, optionally chopped nuts, and dried fruit. This dish is a no-bake dessert, often resembling a chocolate salami. It combines broken biscuits with a wrist. This feels like a UK thing. Sweetened condensed milk, cocoa powder, and butter. The ingredients are mixed, shaped into a log, and chilled until set. Once firm, the sweet treat is sliced into pieces, boasting delightful combination of crunchy and creamy textures. I feel like this is the United Kingdom. I don't know why, but this feels United Kingdom-y. No? What about Australia? Ice cold. Tinginis? Tinginis? This is Ireland? We do Ireland? Tinginis? No. Well, that's what they call them, biscuits. Oh, shit. Wait, biscuits? Yeah. Damn, that last one was hard. This one's hard? What about Scotland? Is Scotland not part of this? Oh, Scotland's part of the United Kingdom. Sweden? I like Sweden. Hot? Oh, shit. What's the other one? I got 11k superfood. God damn, I always get the amateur one. Poland? It was Lithuania. Fuck. Damn. That's such funny. Tinginis. Okay, I still have apprentice foodie. I was lower than my average. What the fuck? I'm so close. Like, I'm just 1,000 off from getting super foodie. Damn. Okay. Good job, team. It borders Russia, but so many also do. Yeah, that's valid. You couldn't hit that shit with a dart. I could not. I wasn't expecting Lithuania, I'm gonna be honest. I was expecting literally everything else. Timeline, AI tools. Thank you for the reminder though, Vex. I like playing that one. That one's fun. I'm gonna lay back, love you. No problem, love you. Thank you for the lurk. To be fair, I have a huge food hyperfixation. That's valid. I have a super food hyperfixation, but it's for eating it. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. I like eating it. Eating it is my game. Alright, let's do this, and this gets to go away. And this. Garbage. Well, hold on. But I want to make and consume every food. That is a very noble quest. That's a very noble quest. I like the quest. Look at pork or cotton candy. These deadly. Oh my god. Little messaging. The food. The Bingies. Oh, fair. Food. That's how. One. Fair. I want this to be 1. With its riches. Regal first. First. Oh my god. Raccoon. Then a in fact, oh my god, hello Raiders, hi Pancake, how was your Just Chatting stream? Did you have a good time? How was your stream? Hi everybody, hi, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow. I am working on video editing. Our POV, I'm out here going, it scared the shit out of me. I'm gone. Hey, rude. Wait, fuck. My things are brokey. But how's it going? Did you have a good time in your stream? Feel free to tell us about it, but if you do need to get rest, because, you know, streaming is hard, feel free to go get some rest, and we'll be here, and we'll keep you company. Good, how are you? I'm good. I'm just working on, I'm just editing a video. I'm editing the start of one. What the fuck? Boop, boop, boop. I suppose cause I click things before they were done. But I hope you had a good time. If you need to grab dinner, feel free. Otherwise, I'll keep your friends company. Boop. Stationer. The cock and cheese and a purple cedar. They longed. There we go. I'm just currently fixing up little subtitles so we can start editing stuff for tomorrow, and I have more time to do stuff tomorrow. Boop, 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 boop. 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 Intelligence check. But if a boop, 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 boop. Yes, if you can actually get a wave. So can you. My head feels like it gonna explode. The barrel, but rude. This thing is like fucking trying to cut me off. Trying to cut me off. It does. To be fair, the subtitling in this doesn't super like it when you do it in the pretenses of brain. When you hold a note, so if I go it's not gonna hold it for the whole thing, it'll just do it for a second. And this gets extended. Lock it and I save it. And then how's V-Stars coming along? Cool. Forgot what I was doing. I mark off this one. I mark off the did you know. I turn this off. Keep that on. And then tomorrow we will edit this one. Vibe and shine and did you know? V-Stars and roll for fun can be done in April. Yep. This one is all good. Let's see. Now I gotta do vibe and shine. Boop. Project as what number is this? What number is this? 32. God damn. I was thinking that I would, when the year is over and it becomes January, if I'm still doing Vibe and Shine, I'm gonna make it episode 1. January will be season 2, episode 1. I think that's how I'm gonna do it. Thank you for the lurk pancake! Have a wonderful night! We love ya. Thank you again for the raid. Oh my goodness, okay. Honey, just put you. Show more labels. This one. Edit labels. This one. This one. This one's not done yet. Edit labels. This one. This one. That one's recorded. That one's recorded. That one's recorded. I'm doing that one now. Okay. Okie dokie. Boop. Hello. Hello. Alright. I'm doing stuff. Alright, let me Where some things are. Let me bring my mic closer to myself because I felt a bit echoey in the last one. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. I'm just gonna start recording. Happy birthday! I'm sure it's someone's birthday today, and recently this cutie patootie named Pablo celebrated theirs. They even got a healthy sweet treat to commemorate this special occasion. To many more yummy days, Pablo. What, you want another cute animal with a healthy snack? In this gift, a fox and egg. I gotta say, I didn't really realize that foxes ate eggs, but it makes sense to be honest. But now that this person gave them an egg, they won't have to steal it from some other birdie. Speaking of stealing, this pupper stole my heart. I didn't know where this video was going at first, but then seeing this little guy get pulled out from his jacket just make my heart melt. If you don't propose with a baby like this, you're doing it wrong. I don't know what this guy's little name is, but I hope that they grow up to be big and strong. Wait. I don't know what this little guy's name is, but I hope that they get to grow up to be big and strong. Okay, I think that one, that ending was better. That ending was better. Over there. Alright. Nope. Nope. Yep. Nope. My face. My face. I am a man. Kentucky. Place where I was born and raised. That's where he was born and raised. For 6 long years. In trouble. Hope I've been shining 32 this one. This one, over to this one, over to here. Oh, rainbow. Those friends who helped me out. There's no friends who help him now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we go over here. Okay, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, okay. This one, this one, this one. And this one, this one, this one. Do I like that one more or do I like the other one more? I kind of like that one more. I'm liking the lengths of these TikTok videos. Looking pretty nice. Okay. One more subtitle and then we dick around until the last one's done. Boop, boop. Great. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, my neck. Oh my god. Okay. Happy birthday. Pablo Subway. What's your earliest gaming memory? Playing the point and click games. The point and click story games. You know the point and click story games? Fucking forgot what they're called. They're like point and click, you gotta find the thing games. Or you could just do Minecraft, honestly. Point and click. Secret item. I forgot what they're called. Is that what they're called? No, like hidden object games? Yeah, hidden object games, I guess. If you want the earliest, but if you want something more mainstream, you can just do Minecraft. Play Minecraft. Commemorate. Did you do anything like N64 or arcade fighting games? No. But, I mean, if you need to put that in the script, you can. But, no, I mean, I played Skullgirls, but I didn't play that when I was young. I played that when I was, like, in high school, maybe. Fetus! Okay. Snack. And this is a gift. Wait. Egg. Eggs. I don't listen to this one. Sure. Wait, no, I don't want to listen to this one either. I want to listen to the other one that he has. This one. Egg. They won't. I can't spell have. Speaking of stealing. But made my heart melt. If you with a baby. Okay, fair game, Da Vinci, like this. I think the D starts here. I don't. Goddamn Topo. Unlock this guy. Save. And close him. Because he would got a little beefy. A little beefy. Oh, this doesn't need me. You know what else doesn't need music? This one. Yeah. My leg is being weird. Okie dokie. Ah. Alright, now we did 5 enshrined, so all I got left is V-stars, and then we can be done for tonight. I'm just gonna check on some worky stuff in the background really quick. Okie dokie, and I'm just gonna check my emails really quick. And actually, let's just switch this one. Another account. What? Okay. I need the password. Where's my password? Where I put my password? Not this. I'm good. Just need to send it to the cat quality team. No problem. No problem. I just wanted to make sure all my stuff is set up. It didn't go at the end, I think. Oh, also forgot I need to do a thing in this. I'm so confused. I think it's the other one. What's what? What is happening? This one, this one? What is this one? This one, this one, this one. Yeah. Yeah. Device big in the wrist. And make account. Alrighty. Alrighty. Close group. Alright. Let's read the final script, chat. That's not the right one. Okay. Do you have a clip? Do you have a clip, Kiwi? We need an intro clip. Can you get an intro clip for me? Help! I'm trapped in a retro arcade. Wait a minute. I think I know that nebula cloud. It's Roshan Galaxy. Come hang out on their Technicolor geometric carpet, and don't forget to use your tokens to save a turn at Pac-Man. Thank you! This old school friend may have their head in the clouds, but they've made space for all things only 90s kids get. Maybe some of us Gen Z babies can sneak in. Come be a part of the recalled snack field fun as Roshan pushes to do more with their community. Like karaoke, maybe you can help encourage them to debut their first song cover. Or if you want to stick around for the long game, get it like in an arcade, you can be one of those first people to see them make their lore short films. Find Roshan on all their major socials to keep an eye out for their model and art that they do themselves. I like it. I like it. I like it. Let me just switch to the right model now. Okay. Recording. Alright. I like it. Let's get it recorded. Yeah, I liked it. I hope I can capture that in the video recording. Help! I'm trapped in a retro arcade. Wait a minute. I think I know that Nebula Cloud. It's Roshan Galaxy. Come hang out in their Technicolor geometric carpet, and don't forget to use your tokens to save a turn at Pac-Man. This old school friend may have their head in the clouds, but they've made a space for all the things 90s. No. This old school friend may have their head in the clouds, but they've made space for all things only 90s could get. Maybe some of us Gen Z babies can sneak in? Come be a part of their recalled snack-fueled fun as Roshan pushes to do more with their community. Like karaoke, maybe you can help encourage them to debut their first song cover. Or, if you want to stick around for the long game, get it like an arcade, you can be one of the first people to see them make their lore short film. Find Roshan on all their major socials to keep an eye out for their model and art that they do themselves. Do that one more time. Find Roshan on all their major socials to keep an eye out for their models and art that they do themselves. I think I like that second recording better. Poggin, Kiwi, you poggin. We poggin. Perfect. We perfect. We perf. Oh. My community. So, oh, as a treat. Let me get the things. What is? Oh, is this the clip you want? No, this is a funny clip because then I can do something with this. Okay, hold on. Was what I do, yeah, Bonnie. Thank you, Kiwi. I love you, Kiwi. As a gift, I give you more updates. Updates on this. Is this the only two? I think so. Dudes. Update towards the lore comic. It's almost done? I've noticed most communities don't take the time to cut clips. Oh, no. No. Not at all. Not at all. Luckily for us, it's kind of like we just have to get a portion of it for the intro of D-Stars, and the rest of it kind of doesn't. Is that an army of babies I see? It is. It's gonna be part of the thing, and it's like the little babies pop up, and then I have little moments with all of them, which I'm super excited about. Look at Moira. Look at Moira. Look at her. She looked like such an anime cat. It's great. I love it. And then BLT, and then So Young. I'm so excited. Yeah. But I think they said they should be done with it tomorrow. Yeah. I gotta check something though. I'm gonna check one thing. We didn't do color last time either. We did color on the last one. Oh god, I gotta look at my files. I should have looked at my files in the first place. Dun. Lore. Voice unwavering.
Mom, where am I? I can't see.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. Sorry. I may have made a blue sky post for my VGen. Oh. Where is it? Repost. Like. Repost. Okay. I reposted it all. I'm gonna check something, and now I've forgotten. It's in here. Yeah, we did like basic colors. This one was colored, but I don't think I need the other ones too. Yeah, they're shaded. Okay. I missed it while I was at work. Did you clean up BLT's chocolate mess? I did. I did not address it because it smelled like utter shit, but I did. Don't you worry. This one should go in there. File, save product as Roshan Galaxy. Oh my god, banger alert. I know, right? This is why he needs a bucket. He does not need a bucket! He does not need a bucket! He does not need a bucket. He just needs to learn to go potty in the right bathroom. He has little feetsies. Bad mom can't bother to take a potty. He can go potty by himself. He is a big boy. You are a big boy, chat. You are the biggest of baby. Big baby, you are the grown baby. You can figure it out. You can figure it out. I believe in you. You're very smart babies. Video editing, V-stars.
You never told me where the bathroom is.
We've lived in this house for 2 years. You know where the bathroom is. That's why he was gone for so long. He has tiny legs. Exactly. He's got to waddle there and then waddle back. The little guy. Video segments. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. It always has to end. Wait, did we talk about the model parents? Right. Ah! Boy. Who's their model made by? Is the model made by them? I don't think the 3D one is. I don't know. I don't remember. Art rigging. 3D model is by Silver J. Okay, we're gonna do this one, and then we're gonna get Roshan's, and we're gonna call it good. Oh wait, Roshan's got this. Roshan has a weird one. Okay, well, that's fine. Do they have a picture? They'll just this one. If I have some time this week, I can get started on some of the other scripts. I see you already have a few lined up for Did You Know and V-Highlight. Yeah. I mean, I just have them because I just write them down so I don't forget, because I don't want to forget my ideas. So it's like, if you want to work on them ahead of time, that works for me. If you don't want to, that's also fine. One of the bonus goals is their own logo. That's pretty cool. I'm just gonna do this and then create. Okay. My brain's like doing a lot of thinking again. I don't want to do all this thinking. Help. Help, I'm back in the building. Oh. What? We're also looking to hire a video editor. Well, I guess this is my key in. They like it, then, you know. A minute. Wait a minute. There we go. I think I know that Nebula. Yeah. Nebula Cloud. Nebula Cloud. And then I want this to be 1 because it's their username. Oop. Oh my god. Hold on. This is why I don't do this like this. Okay. Hi, Fruit Bat. How you doing? How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Welcome. Dang, I don't know what to do with myself now that I'm done. Go relax. Hi, doing good. How streams? Good. Fueled. This is fueled, not field. Fuel. How do you spell fueled? There we go. Fueled. Exclamation point. This goes here. My karaoke. The table. Side by side. My God, nowhere. What did actually report? Why did it do this game? Get it. Wait, I know what is happening. If you want to, you'll like it, but it's a surprise. Oh goodness, okay. Okie dokie. Him. Alright, you. Him. And push on. I redid that line here. Oh. Ooh, that's a nice 38 too. Okay. Save. But now we gotta scoot all this over. Cool. Save. I'm very interested in the fact that I replaced the thing I didn't mean to. Flip operations replace. This is the bottom one. Oh. And then we replace this one. Okay. I'll fix me later. Okay, I think that's everything for today. Yeah, because I already did the editing on the video. I just need to do the thing with it. Oh, thank you for the boob. Okay, script is recorded. Media assets are no longer necessary. It will need music. All right, I think we might be good. I think we might be good for today, chat. I have to keep that open. Can't close that yet. Put this here for tomorrow. I'm gonna be on the upload page for tomorrow too. Alright, I just want to look at why close out a stream. I just want to do a thumbnail promo to make sure it all looks okay. I think it does. Alright, yeah. I think we're pretty good. Motivational Monday, August 4th. Yup. JPEG export. Stream. Because the more time I take to do it now, the less time I take to do it tomorrow. That's pretty fucking awesome. Alright, it's the 4th. Sometimes, because I have a thing tomorrow. I don't know, tomorrow. 5. I just want to make sure I'm ahead of things. Tomorrow, we might be starting on our first contract thing. So I'll still be streaming, but we'll do the thing where, like, you can't see my screen for a little bit, but it shouldn't take too long. I'll also probably be working on some of it tonight, so we're not taking all the stream tomorrow to do it, so. Alrighty. I think that's it for today. Who's streaming still? Who is streaming? Who are we rating? Rowion, Snoozlin, Pigleyoof. Oh, they're playing Grounded 2. You guys want to go watch some Grounded 2 gameplay? Find why is my quality so poor? You guys want to go watch some Grounded Let's Play? Go watch some Grounded Let's Play. They're playing Grounded. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I love you guys so much. I'll be back again tomorrow for more commission work, more video editing, hopefully more games, or at least some art, hopefully, maybe? I want to do some art. But thank you guys again for hanging out with me. Go hang out with Pigleyoof. Here is our raid message. Thank you again, guys, for hanging out with me, and I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for giving me a wonderful Monday, and thank you for the head pats. I will see you guys tomorrow. I love you. Bye. Goodbye. I'm gonna dance a little bit. Can't see me, but I'm dancing. It's a good song.